Councillor, I need one more in the council chamber and then we will have quorum. Just one more. Councillors. Deputy Mayor Malik, where are you? Oh, there she is. We now have quorum. I am calling this meeting to order. This is meeting number 28 of the Executive Committee. I'm the chair, Mayor Olivia Chow, in case you don't know who I am. Anyway, welcome everyone. We are here at the council chamber and on video conference. Committee room number 1 is under construction. It will be ready for our next meeting. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. And although we may be meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. If you have registered to speak at today's meeting, listen for me to call your name. You can find your name on the speaker box under toronto.ca/council. Thank you. And is there any declaration of interest? Anyone? Seeing none, we will proceed. Confirmation of minutes. Councillor Deputy Mayor Ainsley. November 4th. All those in favor of the minutes. Opposed? Carry. Hey, welcome, Councillor Shan, to our committee. And may I have a motion, Councillor Carroll, about the speakers list before I do a run through of
operating our own mics? We are. Okay, on behalf of my colleagues, that the Executive Committee set the following rules for this meeting. That the speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak only until 10:30 a.m. on December 9th, 2025, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. And clause 2, that the length of public presentations be limited to 3 minutes for all items.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion, thank you. Carry. I am, let's run through the agenda. Before we begin, you have a new business item, 28.30 and 32. Is Councillor Chang here yet? No. Councillor, okay, there's 2 new items. May I just add them and then we can take a look? It's EX 28.3 and EX 30 and 32. Those 2 items, 20 is FIFA World Cup. Is Deputy Mayor, oh yes, Deputy Mayor Cole is introducing those 2 items. It's about that exciting draw and the games and all of those things on all FIFA related. All those in favor of introducing the motions, opposed, carry. Thank you. The draw is now done. We'll tell you what's happening. The other one is Bayside Land Development Agreement, Sunset Clause. May I have Deputy Mayor Malik to move that? All those in favor, opposed, carry. And I'm now going to run through the agenda. Okay, here we go. Just 1 second. We have item 1 have speakers, item 2 have speakers, item 3 have speakers, item 4 have speakers, item 5 have speakers. Whoa, okay, item 6, wider waterfront programs. Anyone want to hold? No. 7, Basin Street. 8, tax rate supported. Interim operating capital spending authorities. I see none. Okay. They are all those in favor of item 6, 7, 8. Okay, I'll do it separately. Okay, status update, wider waterfront program. All those in favor? Opposed, carry, moved by Councillor Fletcher. She is moving to 29 Basin Street, is in her ward. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item 8, tax rate supported. Councillor Carroll is moving it. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Item 9 has speaker. I'm going to hold that.
Madam Speaker, and just in case I'm out of the room, I'll have a motion on that item, so if you could
Okay.
hold it even if the speaker finishes speaking.
Got it. Okay. Item 10, interim solid waste management rates and fees. Anyone want to hold it? Councillor Carroll, all those in favor?
Move it. Yep.
Thank you. Opposed, carry. Item 11, investment reports. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah,
We're
I'm happy
making
to move
good
it.
money.
I've reviewed it. I hope people have reviewed it.
It is
Great job.
good news. Good
Yeah.
job. Okay. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor? Opposed, carry. We have a very robust team when we go into the market. Capital variance report, item 12. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor?
it.
Opposed, carry. A variance report, operating variance. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. 14. Reserve funds. Anyone? All those in
Happy to move
favor?
it.
Councillor Carroll, thank you. Opposed, carry. Development charges. All those in favor? Councillor
Not
Carroll.
as happy, but I'll move it.
Oh, yes, I know, but however. Amending the lobbying bylaw roundtables of advisory groups, make it more efficient. Deputy Mayor Malik, may I trouble you to move it? All those in favor, opposed, carry. 17. This is amendment to administrative penalty tribunal composition. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Ainsley, all those in favor, opposed, carry. Item 18. We thank very much for the in-kind archival donation to the archives. Deputy Mayor Ainsley, opposed, carry. Item 19, we have deputants. Item 20.
Madam
Yep.
Mayor, I'll have a motion on that one as well.
Okay.
20 as well,
Item
just in case I
19,
step out.
Councillor Carroll. Okay. 20, advancing that one, we have adequate housing in the Toronto Budget. Councillor Carroll, item 20.
Yeah, I think you have a speaker. Oh, you don't have a speaker, then if you want to put my motion up, I can move
Yes,
this one
please.
right now.
Okay, refer item to Mayor for consideration. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion in front of you? Opposed, carry. Okay. 21, we have speakers. 22, Amo, thank you for doing your report. Deputy Mayor Ainsley moved the report. Opposed, carry. Endorsement of the Lakeshore-Midtown line in Metrolinx business model is, thank you. Councillor Matlow, those in favor, opposed, carry. One more, Advocacy Day. Deputy Mayor Ainsley, thank you again. Good work. All those in favor of report adopt, thank you. Opposed, carry. Again, St. Lawrence City's initiative, Great Lakes, you are representing us well. Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
So moved.
Okay. Opposed, carry, thank you. Marco, which is the Mayors of Regional Chairs of Ontario, update to Council. Keep going.
Thank you for keeping me busy. So moved.
Thank you for allowing me to do work here in town. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carry, and you were in Thunder Bay representing us well. Thank you for your report. Deputy Mayor Ainsley.
Yep, so moved.
Okay.
I just want to say, Madam Mayor, that a lot of those issues that we just covered in those reports, or that I was at those meetings for, they covered a lot around homelessness, mental health, infrastructure, housing. Toronto's not alone. Those are issues right across this province and being experienced by a lot of the largest cities in this country. And so I just wanted to have those reports there to make sure you understand what the governments understand what we're facing, and it's not a Toronto alone issue.
Yes,
Thank
and thank you for your advocacy. I believe they had a Queen's Park Day where you were lobbying both in the House of Commons, both the member of Parliament and cabinet ministers on both levels of government. Thank you for doing the work. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Summary report on U20 Summit in Johannesburg. Who wants to move receipt? Councillor Bravo, thank you for your representing us. All those in favor? Adoption. Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Councillor Mentis not here. Deputy Mayor Malik, may I trouble you to move the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. FIFA World Cup. Deputy Mayor Cole. Amendment. Do you want what do you want us to hold it for a little while for discussion, or do you want to move the motions? Anyone want to take a read on it? Oh. Okay. Okay. All those in favor. Deputy
31.
Mayor Cole. Thank you. This is really no net cost to the City of Toronto, and MLSC's building some hospitality, temporary hospitality structures. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? We now know who we are drawing and who we are playing. Whoa!
Can I move that so that I have an opportunity to say go Ghana?
Ghana.
Yes.
I think Deputy.
This is the year.
Okay, all right, not Panama. Okay, Deputy Mayor Cole, the day might come on June 12th where Canada might play Italy. My gosh, can you imagine? All those in favor of the Deputy Mayor Cole moving it in favor of the match schedule and the draw? All those in favor?
I'd like to hold it. I have a Wayne Gretzky amendment I want to make.
Okay, I will. I will hold it. Yes, he did the draw. Okay, on that one. Thank you. I will hold that under your name, Deputy Mayor Cole. Thank you. Bayside Land Development Agreement. Deputy Malik, do you want to move the sunset date extension for 4 months? Yeah. All those in favor? Opposed? Carry. Thank you. Oh, okay. Whew. We got through a lot. I'm going to take item 1 first, and then I'm going to combine item 3, 4, 5. They're all heating, cooling related into one bunch, and listen and do that group of items, and then the vital service outage. We'll do that one next. We may then by that time have a lunch break. Then the other items that is item 9, which is the water rates. And 1921, we probably will be doing those in after lunch, just so those of you that given the number of deputants that is on item 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So those of you that are here for other, whether it is wastewater consumption rates, a social development plan, and Cameron's protocol, all of those may probably be after lunch. Okay, so you may want to take a break and come back, or you may want to be here when we talk about luxury property buyers. On that note, we have the following speaker: Sam Hirsch, environmental defense. And then there are other speakers. Okay, Sam is online. We are ready for you. Sam, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning, and thank you, members of committee and Mayor Chow, for the opportunity to speak today to express our strong support for this motion. My name is Sam Hirsch, and I'm Environmental Defense's Clean Transportation Program Manager. The motion reflects exactly the kind of leadership Toronto and, in fact, cities across Ontario and Canada need right now. Public transit systems across the country are facing what experts have called a fiscal cliff. For decades, cities have been asked to fund transit using only two very limited revenue sources, fares and property taxes. That model is no longer sustainable, especially as ridership patterns shift and operating costs continue to rise. It has been very welcome to continue to see Mayor Chow's commitment to ensure fares don't rise and remain affordable for those across Toronto. And instead of stepping up, the federal government has stepped back. In the 2025 federal budget, the previously announced Canada Public Transit Fund, which promised $3 billion per year beginning in 2026 for capital expenses, was essentially cut significantly before it even launched. It was replaced with a broad infrastructure pool, the Building Community Strong Fund, with no dedicated transit stream and no guarantee cities like Toronto will receive what they need. At the same time, the TTC is facing a projected multi-million-dollar operating shortfall, hundreds of millions of dollars for 2025, and 2026, creating real risks of service cuts, fare hikes, or deterred maintenance. That's why today's motion is so important. This motion increases the rate on high-value properties, those over $3 million, describes as luxury home tax, and is one of the few progressive, locally controlled revenue tools available to the city. It does not burden low or middle-income residents, and it generates stable, predictable revenue that can help prevent the transit system from falling into a deeper crisis, which is even more important given what I just said with the less support coming from different levels of government. And this is not about a niche tax change. It's about protecting the backbone of an affordable, equitable, and climate-safe city. Reliable transit reduces emissions, cuts congestion, and supports dense, transit-oriented housing, all of which Toronto urgently needs if it's going to meet climate commitments and address the housing crisis. Transit's also a vital equity tool. It is how workers, seniors, students, and newcomers get where they need to go. If the federal provincial governments will not provide the predictable support cities rely on, then municipalities must take bold, pragmatic steps themselves. Increasing property taxes on luxury homes is a responsible and progressive way to do exactly that. By approving this motion, Toronto can send a clear signal that it refuses to accept declining transit as inevitable, and that it will lead when others will not. For these reasons, myself and us at Environmental Defense urge you to adopt this motion and help secure a stable future for Toronto's public transit system and reliable, consistent service for riders across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No questions to the deputants. Thank you. Next deputant, August Paranoff. I think I got your name. Are you on speaker? Are you here? You're not online. We will come back to you. Callum Houston, Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. Are you here? Oh, come on down. Yeah, right here. That big chair right in front. Thank you for joining us. You may want to, you need to sit right in front of that mic and then speak to it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I'd just like to, my name's Callum Houston. I'm an organizer with Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. And I'm here to speak in support of this motion. Toronto is an incredibly expensive city. It has been for a long time. The city has limited resources for generating revenue, and yet is expected to, deal with the housing crisis, the poison drug crisis, the lack of affordable or efficient public transit, the defunding of and lack of maintenance of public transit. We're also stuck with providing shelter space, while at the same time there's a number of small groups of community members who are trying to shut down these shelters because, again, of the lack of resources, and people then get blame people who are disadvantaged rather than those such as the people this motion, this tax will address to pay their fair share. Especially when we have a provincial government that does not do anything to support people who are vulnerable, to the different communities that are struggling just to get by. This is an amazing step in the right direction. It will allow the city to actually tackle a number of these crises, and it will improve the lives of so many Torontonians. I don't know why anyone would be against this motion. I was looking at that, the responses from the Toronto Real Estate Board, and they're saying people with over $3 million are struggling. Get out of here! Like, there are people who have less than $1,000, less than $100 in their bank account right now. Like, they're the ones who are struggling, and they're the ones that Doug Ford is not looking out for. He's looking out for those realtors. He's happy to work for them, work with them. He's trying to make it, whether it's intentional or not, his motions his bills are making it illegal to be poor, and that is not right. And so this is amazing to see the city actually taking a stand here. So yeah, that's I'll receive the rest of my time. But thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, our next speaker, Zoe Nicolados. Are you here? Zoe, come on down. After Zoe is Joselle Angelica Gerardo. Okay, Zoe, go for it.
Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Zoe Nicolados. I'm a graduate student at U of T and also a partner of TTC Riders. I'm also going to speak in strong support of the movement and echo a lot of what the past two speakers have said. On my way here this morning, I walked down College Street, and walking down College Street, you see Fort York Food Bank, and the line was like halfway down the block. Like, people don't have access to food right now. 1 in 10 families are relying on food banks, and 1 in 4 are food insecure. That's insane. That's like hundreds of thousands of people. So if you need any proof there's inequality, you just have to go out in the streets of Toronto. That should be unthinkable in a city as wealthy as ours. In my work with the Graduate Students Union, I hear constantly from students who are skipping meals, rationing groceries, or walking long distances in the winter because they can't afford transit. Costs have climbed faster than incomes. I met a PhD student in my department who's balancing being a parent with research and a part-time job, yet still depends on food banks to get by. That's the reality for a lot of people here in Toronto. I'm also part of a generation that can't even fathom buying a house in this city. Homeownership has become incredibly inaccessible to people my age. If someone out there can afford to spend $3 or $10 or $20 million on a property, I'm sure they can afford to contribute another % to help hundreds of thousands of people access services that make the city work for everyone. This proposal is modest and targeted. It asks a few of the top % of home buyers to pay slightly more so we can fund transit, library, school meals, and other services that families depend on. When we invest in these services, we're investing in a city where everyone can participate and contribute. Right now, Toronto's at a crossroads. We can either keep pretending that growing inequality is normal, or we can take real action to correct it. Some residents enjoy insane comfort, while others are choosing between feeding themselves or getting to work. That should be unacceptable to anyone sitting at this table. By supporting this motion, you're not just adjusting a tax rate, you're taking a stand. You're saying that public services matter, that affordability matters, and that the basic dignity of the people who live and work in the city matters. We're choosing whether Toronto becomes a city for everyone or a city that caters to the wealthy. Please choose the city that takes care of its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Very thoughtful.
I have a question.
Yep, go for it.
Yes, you mentioned you're walking along College Street, eh? You're walking from Bathurst easterly?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you noticed a food bank there. And what is it? The corner of Lippincott or Brunswick on the north side, right?
That's right.
Yes, correct.
Yes. And did you notice how many people, or do you notice how many people are outside there every day?
Yeah, like just this morning, it was half the block. It was nearly like 100 people in the cold.
Yeah. And do you know the name of the food bank?
It was Fort York Food Bank.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Fort York Food Bank. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joso Corrado? Oh, you are. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor Olivia Chow, and councillors of the Executive Committee. My name is Giselle Angelica Gerardo, and I'm a part of TTC Riders. I'm a proud transit rider as a resident of Toronto Danforth and a worker both in Toronto Centre and Spadina Fort York. I'm speaking today in support of this item for those who can afford a luxury home. Let's call it a mansion. To chip in a little more for folks like me and thousands of others to be able to afford taking the TTC at a fair price. Thank you to Mayor Chow and all of the staff that are making this possible. As we collectively aim to improve the lives of thousands of residents who rely on the TTC to move us across the city. A fair freeze and a fair cap will allow young workers like me to move around the city without thinking if I can afford my next meal. Upon graduating from university, I was faced with thousands of dollars of student loans, an increasing rent to pay for a roof over my head, and a grocery bill that continues to be at a high price. I'm not alone in this. Many of my friends and families face similar challenges. In my current apartment right now, there's multiple people that are living in it because that's what we can afford. In order for me to move around the city to get to my 2 jobs, I heavily rely on the TTC. Right now, I pay for the monthly pass and it bills me automatically at the end of the month, a time when I also pay for the rent. It actually also becomes a time when I look at my pantry and take out instant noodles to sustain me for a little while. Let's be honest, giving you an insight into my life may give you an idea that in this lifetime, a mansion is not something I can afford or even think about. A roof over my head and groceries are the only things that I'm thinking about. Like thousands of residents across the city, our main priority is to not think about affording a mansion, let alone a house. Simply, a roof over our head is what we want. Our main priority is to be able to eat, pay for our rent, and afford transit at a reasonable price. This is simply a fair share. By making this motion possible, it shows the value of the city rooted in equity and rooted in diversity as our strength. Let's continue to make this city inclusive where all of us can live. Again, I would like to reiterate my overwhelming support to ask those who can afford a luxury home, a mansion, to chip in a little more for folks like me to continue being able to afford taking the TTC at a fair price. This will significantly and positively impact the quality of life for thousands of commuters. Let's continue to work together in continuing to make transit affordable for all commuters. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Norad Busadi, Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. And after Norad is Farouk Aha. Are you here? No? Online? No. Is Farad online? Okay, we're ready for you. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself. Yes? Yep, I got it. Go for it.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Fuad, and I'm here today as a student and a transit advocate and someone who sees how affordability and mobility shapes the lives of young people and families across Toronto. I support the proposed increase to the municipal land transfer tax for high-value homes, aka mansions, and the facts are clear. This measure affects only the top 2% of buyers in the city, and last year it generated more than $138 million in revenue. These funds ease the pressure on the working and middle-income household and especially the lower-income households, and help maintain essential services without raising fares or user fees. Toronto's budget challenges are not abstract. Student, newcomers, young families, and low-income residents feel the strain most intensely. At a time when the federal and provincial governments have left Toronto with very few stable revenue tools, it is essential to diversify the sources of income that fund the services that people rely on. Those purchasing homes worth $5, $10, or $20 million are insulated from the pressures facing the rest of the city. Asking this very small group of people to contribute slightly more is a reasonable policy grounded in fairness and fiscal responsibility. The need for new revenue is not theoretical, nor is it unnecessary. The past weekend was one of the most difficult for transit riders, at least in my recent memory. Almost every major route experienced delays. The young portion of Line 1 was shut down. The 506 streetcar was diverted for God knows how long, might be until the end of the year or early next year. Riders face long waits, missed connections, unreliable service across the network. This chaos occurring the same weekend that Doug Ford celebrated the opening of Line 6, which early user experience showed that it is actually slower than the bus it replaced. These conditions demonstrate the urgency of securing new funding to repair and stabilize a system that millions of residents rely on. Luxury homes purchases do not happen in isolation. They depend on reliable transit, safe streets, libraries, parks, and strong public services. It is reasonable to expect that the highest income households to contribute more than they already do to the shared system that allows this city to function. Looking ahead, I urge Council to continue studying progressive revenue tools and ask the wealthiest residents to pay a fair share. I really do support this idea of diversifying sources of income for the city. Transit fares and property taxes are simply not enough. Toronto cannot sustain a world-class transit system, housing supports, and youth services without stable and predictable funding, especially when we're about to expect hundreds of thousands of people to visit our beautiful city in the summer in anticipation of the FIFA World Cup. Residents can expect leadership that protects. They should expect leadership that protects the most vulnerable and ensures that.
Trouble you to wrap up. Your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for putting this motion forward, and I really do appreciate it if it is voted.
Thank you. Our next deputant, Nicholas Crystal, and then after Nicholas is Alexandra. Nicholas, come and grab a seat right in front of you. And then after that, it's Alexander Sultan. Okay, Nicholas, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayors, and Councillors. My name is Nicholas Christou, and I'm a resident of Ward 6, York Centre. I'm speaking today in support of item 28.1. Life is unaffordable for many of us. Rent and housing expenses, childcare, transportation, groceries, and every other aspect of life continues to grow further out of reach. In 2025, 1 in 10 Torontonians relied on food banks, with a quarter of users being children. Youth unemployment is at around 20%. Public transit is always under threat from cuts and service reductions, and people feel dissatisfied with the price they pay for increasingly lackluster service. While the majority of us leave our homes we can't afford and are late to work from a delayed bus or train or traffic from a lack of TTC expansion, 2% of the city's richest population continues to buy luxurious houses and mansions. It is difficult to feel optimistic and motivated in these unprecedented times of staggering income and wealth inequality. The rich get richer and richer, while average people continue to fall through the cracks, and the most impoverished are cast into darkness. There is light, though. I'm happy to see an effort and commitment from the mayor and the city to address these inequities, and I see it as a great step in the right direction towards a fairer and more affordable city for all, which is why I support item 28.1. We should not have a city where a fraction of the population can not only afford, but collects homes valued at millions and millions of dollars while children go hungry every single day and transit users continue to be stranded. The revenue generated from this small tax increase from a very small portion of the population would be more than substantial. We know Mayor Chow intends to use this money to fund the school food program and fare capping, though it sets an important precedent of what our city could realistically be. Property taxes have been an incredibly controversial issue in the city, but if people see what increases to property taxes can deliver, notably increases to the richest and smallest percentage of the population, this could be a revolutionary change for the city, a change which creates a fairer and more affordable future, especially since Toronto has among the lowest property tax rates in all of Ontario, which many people praise as a good thing, though it creates a heavier burden to maintain the city's services. I am urging the Executive Committee to approve the increased municipal land transfer tax rates and consider future increases to taxes paid by the wealthiest Toronto residents to fund public services that benefit the entire city. Additionally, I urge this committee to continue funding transit affordability measures to prevent future fare increases and to continue funding fare capping. Once again, I want to acknowledge the Mayor for her commitment to making Toronto more affordable, and thank you for recommending this item. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Right bang on before 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Next speaker, Alexander Sultan. Alexander, are you here? Are you online? Okay. Daniel Tate, are you here? Are you online? Daniel Tate. Oh, here you are. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good to be here at Executive Committee. I'm here to express deep concern with the proposal to increase the land transfer tax on homes valued at $3 million or more. In today's market, this threshold no longer represents luxury, as Mayor Chow would have us believe. In many Toronto neighborhoods, $3 million buys an ordinary post-war detached home, perhaps renovated, maybe even with a pool, but still firmly within the middle class. These homes are frequently shared by multi-generational families, pooling their resources simply to remain in the city. These are not speculative investors. These are parents, adult children, and aging grandparents under one roof, the people who form the economic backbone of Toronto. They are doctors, lawyers, plumbers, software engineers, the skilled and hardworking individuals that we need to retain in this city. Squeezing the middle class for a few more dollars harms everyone in the long run. Treating these families as luxury buyers is inaccurate, and raising the land transfer tax at this level will freeze mobility, deter world-class talent from coming here, and accelerate the brain drain that's already afflicting our city. Before placing additional burdens on our ordinary families, the city must confront the cold yet inconvenient truth. Toronto does not have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem, and the evidence is overwhelming. We have millions spent on renaming streets, squares, subway stations, and civic assets. We have millions spent annually on harm reduction. We have millions directed towards mandatory equity and anti-oppression training, which has negligible benefits. We have a growing roster of non-essential administrative roles that form a massively bloated bureaucracy. In fact, it got so bad that a couple months ago, Mayor Chow had to put a hiring freeze on non-essential city workers. Well, how many non-essential city workers already exist? Crate TO is massively overspending on properties for shelters. Why are we overpaying market value? City procurement also lacks discipline and guardrails, as exemplified by the $40 million the $40 million 5-year single source contract awarded to One Community Solutions. No competitive bids. The list goes on and on. Given this sobering assessment, it is neither prudent nor responsible to impose additional tax burdens on hardworking families purchasing ordinary homes at inflated prices. There is a better path. A modest 2 to 3% efficiency improvement across the city's almost $19 billion budget would free hundreds of millions of dollars, far more than any incremental land transfer tax increase. These savings can be achieved through targeted audits, procurement reform, eliminating non-essential roles, and focusing spending on services with real measurable outcomes. In business, when times are tough, you have two levers: raise prices or cut expenses. The time to cut expenses is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, next speaker, Mangel Avila. You have 3 minutes. Where are you? Hey.
One second, please. Hello, good morning, Mayor Chow, members of City Council, members of the public. It gives me a lot of pride to be with you all today in support of this motion 28.1. And my whole history of 15 years of activism, protesting on the streets and coming to City Hall, I never seen a mayor more proactive like you, Madam Mayor. I support and I thank you that you are listening to inequities, social inequities in this city of Toronto. It's so expensive to live. And asking the people that live in mansions is not gonna break the bank. I'm sorry, but contributing a little more, what you have benefits for years and decades, it's not gonna break you. Contributing to the poor that live in our communities is not going to make you less rich. So please support this motion that is in front of you. It will go to City Council. I'm sure there will be some people going against this motion, crying, "Oh, we can't afford it. My vacation in Florida is gonna be canceled." So sorry, guys, but this is the time where we have to, tie our belts and demand, what is good for us, the poor, who have been sidelined and throw into the idea, this is what we need. Food bank. How long are we gonna be living on food banks? How long are we gonna be living waiting for TTCs to come and rescue us in the snow during the snowstorm? The time is now. The time to tax the rich is something I've been speaking out in the street. Good morning, Councillor. And I've been
Keep going, keep going.
Thank you. So yes, please support this motion. Tax the rich. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speaker, I am going to ask for questions to the staff. Are there any questions to the staff? I see no question to the staff. Any speaker on the item? Deputy Mayor Cole. Press your button. Yep, you got it.
Yeah, no, I was just reminded by the young student who just made a deputation from U of T, who was on her way to school, probably going along College Street, and saw the incredible Fort York Food Bank. And I think it's a reminder to all of us that there's an incredible challenge going on in the city of Toronto, and that is dealing with people facing homelessness, poverty, lack of food, lack of employment, and I know that the number of the deputants talked about the fact there are people that are able to afford luxury homes, and that this increase in property taxes is a way of trying to deal with that. But I just think we've got to not try and divide and vilify people, and as much as it's fair to say that people that make more or have more should be paying a higher tax, but I just think we've got to try to turn the narrative around a bit. That too many of us have to be reminded of the fact that in all neighborhoods of Toronto now, There are people in desperate need of housing and food. So I don't know if my motion is ready, or I might hold this down till I have it ready. I just want to use this opportunity to remind everyone who's celebrating Hanukkah or celebrating Christmas that maybe we should take time out to make a donation to one of our neighborhood food banks, either in kind and perishable, non-perishable goods, or in financial donation. Because we've just got to stop walking by the food banks. We've got to stop driving by the food banks, whether you're on the TTC bus or streetcar, or whether you're walking or driving. Too many people are just absorbing this as part of the Toronto landscape and hoping that someone else is taking care of these people in need. It doesn't happen automatically. You know, there's incredible nonprofit organizations like Daily Bread Food Bank, and there's so many small little charitable groups. I know in Eglinton West, I've got 5 food banks operating. You know, St. Thomas Church and the Latino Food Bank, and I could just go on along Eglinton and just to see all the people that are in need of food every day. And so if we could possibly, as a city, do whatever we can in our social media ads or whatever it is, just to tell people to stop walking by the food banks or driving by, make a donation. And we have, all of us have too much food in our homes. At least give up some of our food, those of us that have too much food, drop it off at the food bank and get our constituents to drop off food and make a donation. So if we all do that, if you know, all of us councillors, we do all this social media stuff, Instagram, Facebook, blah, 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 blah. Let's all stop and do something definitive to say, please support these food banks in our wards. At least as councillors, we can do that, and stop posting party pictures this time. Let's post a call to please donate to your local little food bank and don't just walk by. So that's the motion I have, and I don't know whether it's ready, probably not, but if I could hold it and make it part of what we're voting on here, maybe hold this back.
Okay.
After other speakers.
Is the motion ready? If not, we'll hold on this item and come right back to it before lunch. Okay. Any other speaker? Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all the deputants who took the time to speak from a very personal point of view. And I think that you can see that there's a real generational challenge here with the numbers of young people begging and urging that we do more to close the massive income inequality gap that exists in the city and in this country, which is only going to get worse with the policies that are coming from the federal and provincial government. I do agree with Deputy Mayor Cole that we need to be thinking more than ever at this time of year about that problem with inequality and how many people are entirely left out of the celebrations that many of us take for granted. But I also want to point out that for the items coming to council, the items here at executive, there's so many different ways that we're making enormous efforts to close that gap.
Yeah, okay.
To ensure that a shelter, a high quality shelter is available for people, ensuring that they're functioning better and producing better outcomes as a first step into home. With the the foreknowledge that one day we would like to convert many of those shelters into housing, permanent housing. All of the efforts to build housing that are being led by this mayor and this council with the support of this council, because we believe in that agenda. With a leader in terms of developing housing in the city and so much of it affordable and in social ownership, so it will be forever affordable, and that's revolutionary right now. We are doing so much to support organizations like North York Harvest, Economic and Community Development Committee, which will be ensuring that people have food security, but not just a donation of food. Food banks are now in the business of supporting workforce pathways into a job for people, and in the circular economy. We think about the school food program and how important that is to make sure it's the most important public health intervention you can make globally and historically is to provide food universally for kids in schools. And the list goes on and on. Of the almost 9,000 new childcare spaces, none of them would have been created without the investments from the City of Toronto. And that's really important because that's an important means for children to arrive ready to learn at school. That closes the gap of opportunity in a major way, but it also allows those parents to be able to get a job. I do, however, have a quibble with one of the deputants who said that there's so many, that an over $3 million single family home is very common in the city. I did a quick search, and I don't believe there's been houses in Davenport, a single-family home sold in my entire ward for $3 million. So I think we do need to draw the line somewhere and ask that at this time of massive crisis in which wealth is not being taxed appropriately, corporate wealth and individual income, passive income, people that have investments in stocks aren't contributing, the tech giants that don't get taxed in Canada, the what we provide in terms of to Uber, to Amazon in terms of infrastructure without receiving any taxation from those corporations. We are doing everything we can, and yes, there are structural things that could take us further, but they're not within our means. Within what's possible at the municipal level, this is one of the elements, and we have a responsibility to close that gap because that's the only way that we're going to avoid social conflict, and then we're going to make sure that the young people that are here today and the ones that come behind them are going to have a real prospect of making a good life in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speaker? Deputy Mayor Cole, is your motion by chance ready?
With discussion with the clerks, I think we decided to do this a bit more comprehensive by weaving
Do it at council?
to council, where
Sure.
we have a specific motion
Sure.
about reminding people about our food bank. So
Yep.
I think it's better to do it that way.
Yep, there's...
Because I wasn't expecting to do this, but then when I heard the young student speak about it, I just brought it to mind. So sorry for the
no
lack
problem.
of preparedness.
Yeah, it's fine. It's minus 12. It's very cold out there. If 100 people lining up, that's pretty tough. Deputy Mayor Cole will await your motion at council. Seeing no other speaker, I've spoken enough about this. It's pretty clear. I just want to just point one more thing out. There's actually two elements. This is one portion of it, which is in total, this asking the wealthiest 2% of the luxury property buyers to pay a bit more. That net a total of about 150 million. And also those that speculators that leave their home, that apartment units vacant in the middle of a housing crisis, we are also asking them to pay a bit more. That also net about 100 million. So in total it's 250 million. It's two pieces of it. And that goes to supporting affordable fares on TTC, food for children. Combined, that save a family of about $1,200 a year. We talked about affordable childcare, long-term care homes for seniors. So there are a host of all the things that the city do. Library, youth hub. Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Ainsley. Those youth hub are incredibly. The ones that I've visited are just popular because they're free. It's after school. Teenagers go to them. They love it. And there's many of them. We're growing them, so to speak. So all of that is funded through not just property tax, but this two elements. So thank you so much. All those in favor of the motion in front of you, thank you so much. Okay. Next item, heat. We have a speaker towards implementing a maximum indoor temperature requirement for rental units and cooling rooms. We have the Low Income Energy Network, Z Banji, coming, yes. There's a presentation on item 3. Okay, 3, 4, and 5 combined. Okay. Do people want to see the presentation first? Okay. Speakers, give me a minute. We are doing a presentation right here that deals with our staff have been working hard on the city's heat relief strategy and the enhancing Toronto's climate resilience, showing us the progress and the priorities, plus the maximum indoor temperature requirements. We are pulling all 3 items. Mr. James Nolan, thank you. We are ready for your presentation. We have a large number of speakers on this item. Okay, we're good? Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Chow and members of Executive Committee. I'm James Nolan, the Executive Director, Environment, Climate and Forestry. I'm joined from colleagues from Municipal Licensing and Standards, Toronto Emergency Management, Toronto Public Health, as well as Parks and Recreation to provide a presentation today on the 3 items that we have related to heat. The idea is to provide that overview of how these items connect together and to provide the big picture of how we're looking at both climate resilience as well as activities to address extreme heat. So first, setting the context. Over the last year, city staff, working with public sector partners, external stakeholders, have undertaken 2 key technical studies related to climate resilience, an update to our long-term climate change projections, and a risk and vulnerability assessment. At the highest level, they have confirmed what we are already experiencing. The climate is changing, and it is impacting many factors of life in Toronto, including public health and the demand for city services. These studies also confirmed that extreme heat is one of the most pressing climate risks facing our community, and you'll hear me say that a few times throughout the presentation today. The number of extreme heat days that Toronto experiences each year is increasing and will continue to increase over time. As an example, Toronto typically faced 10 days per year with temperatures above 30 degrees from 1971 to the year 2000. By the 2050s, we're projecting that we could face up to 44 days per year above 30 degrees, and in the worst case scenario, up to 78 days per year over 30 degrees by the 2070s. The temperature that we're experiencing to hit on the hottest days is also increasing, which is to say the extremes are getting more extreme. Extreme heat has wide-ranging impacts, including impacts on health and well-being, economic productivity, the local ecosystems. It also increases demands on services and infrastructure, including increasing demand for cooling in the summer, demand for municipal services, and various impacts on our city's infrastructure. The impacts of climate change will not be equally distributed across the city and will be felt unequally by different demographics and communities. As I noted earlier, extreme heat is the most urgent of several elevated climate change risks that will escalate in scope and severity in Toronto by 2050. Getting the city ready for a changing climate requires building climate resilience. Climate resilience is the ability to prepare for, recover from, and adapt to the impacts of climate change. This includes preparing for and responding to climate shocks, such as extreme weather events, through actions like providing cooling spaces to vulnerable people or cleaning up debris after storm events. It also includes adapting and responding to climate stressors, like strained infrastructure and services, through actions around building and retrofitting and planning for new service standards. An all-of-city approach is needed to create the systems, tools, and actions needed to address climate risks. By acting now, in a coordinated and effective manner to get our community ready for the future, for the current and future climate. So now as it relates to the reports to Executive Committee, we have 3 reports today. They collectively focus on extreme heat and how the city in Toronto is responding to climate change impacts. The Environment, Climate and Forestry-led report, Progress and Priorities for Enhancing Toronto's Climate Resilience, provides an overarching frame for considering the priority climate risks Toronto is facing, how these will evolve over time, and how the city can best address them. The Toronto Emergency Management-led report, Strengthening the Heat Relief Strategy, an example of seasonable planning and immediate response to heat by the city. The MLS report, Towards Implementing a Maximum Indoor Temperature Requirement for Rental Units and Cooling Rooms, is an example of longer-term planning to address current and future risks. Now I'll start with the Environment, Climate and Forestry-led report, Progress and Priorities for Enhancing Toronto's Climate Resilience. So on April 28, 2024, Council directed staff to report back on current and future climate resilience initiatives, provide a refreshed approach to governance, identify climate resilience priorities, and discuss Indigenous worldviews and relationships in climate resilience planning. The report, Progress and Priorities for Enhancing Toronto's Climate Resilience, is a follow-up to that direction. A few high-level key takeaways from the report include extreme heat as the most pressing risk facing the city, and the need to plan for climate change and extreme weather on multiple planning timescales and in recognition of complex systems and cascading impacts. The report also outlines staff's proposed governance model with direct ownership and accountability for climate resilience held in the Environment, Climate and Forestry Division. A key element of this report is the first citywide risk assessment of climate across major urban systems. And while the assessment identified a number of risks, it also confirmed that the city is on the right path, as the analysis identified 80 adaptation actions already underway by the city to build climate resilience. Building on this foundation, additional actions will ensure that everyone in Toronto is prepared and protected from the impacts of climate change now and in the future. The costs of climate change are already being felt by the city and its residents, and the impacts of climate change will not be equally distributed equally. So, a little more in terms of the key directions and recommendations. We are recommending the following core actions: the establishment of an oversight table for climate resilience led by Environment, Climate and Forestry. So a new governance model that provides visible leadership, coordination, accountability, and enhances our decision making. The oversight table will also be co-chaired by Toronto Emergency Management and have representation from division heads across key service areas, supported by various working groups. This model is recommended over a chief resilience position because it builds on existing expertise, authorities, and responsibilities, and limits duplication and confusion. And with climate change, the impacts are broad and complex across a large city. There's also advice around development of cross-corporate work plan for city divisions and the establishment of a climate change adaptation action plan that would evaluate and prioritize actions with consideration for feasibility, cost, and accountabilities to set out a coordinated approach for how the city will address risks in the short and medium and long term. The plan will also be complemented by initiatives to better embed climate risk and resilience into existing city processes and decision-making, including looking at resilience updates to the carbon budget, the climate lens, and our corporate asset management plan. With that, I will pass it over to my colleague at Municipal Licensing Standards to talk about the next report.
Thank you. In December of last year, Council endorsed the implementation of a health-based maximum indoor temperature standard of 26 degrees for leased residential premises and cooling rooms. Excessive indoor temperatures are a concern for tenants in rental units without cooling equipment like air conditioners or heat pumps. In 2025, staff conducted comprehensive stakeholder engagement to examine considerations for implementing maximum temperature standards in Toronto. Implementation costs and compliance burdens are a significant barrier to rental housing providers, with a concern that implementation costs may be passed down to tenants at some point. Our report recommends several things, including that in the next year, staff conduct a compliance analysis study to determine compliance options and costs associated with implementing a maximum indoor temperature. We intend to report back to Council in 2027 with recommendations for potential implementation of a maximum indoor temperature based on this analysis. The compliance analysis study would also measure the expected impact on tenants and tenants' costs, such as rent increase. We are recommending some interim measures in this period to help protect tenants from excessive indoor temperatures, such as a continuation of the city's air conditioner assistance program, which provides free air conditioners to low-income and vulnerable households. We're also recommending bylaw amendments to require rent-safe TO apartments with an existing amenity space to cool that amenity space to 26 degrees beginning in June 1st of 2026. Our report also recommends consolidating indoor temperature provisions in the heating bylaw, which would allow for better enforcement when provided air conditioning is not maintaining a temperature of 26 degrees during the summer months.
Joanna Bevan, Executive Director, Toronto Emergency Management. Good morning, everyone. The summer of 2025 was among the hottest in the past decade, with a total of 29 days under a heat warning and the highest humidex ever recorded in Toronto for the month of June. The severity of this summer highlighted where to strengthen the city's response, including expanded access to cool spaces, increased water distribution, and more coordinated, proactive communications. Challenges experienced with the operation of public pools during the first 2025 heat warning required additional measures to support uninterrupted service. On June 25 and 26, 2025, Council directed staff to report back in Q4 2025 with a review of the city's heat relief strategy and recommendations for improvement. At the same meeting, Council directed staff to review pool and recreation facility closure updates to ensure accuracy of up-to-date information for members of the public. Also in 2025, staff conducted a post-season debrief to identify lessons learned and further incorporate the requested improvements from Council direction for an updated 2026 heat relief strategy. Overall, the key directions in the report include reinforcing 2025 improvements, enhanced operational readiness for indoor and outdoor pools, improved contingency plans for Camp TO to reduce heat exposure for staff and children during the heat season, expanded access to public cool spaces, including the continuation of a 24-hour cool space during heat warnings, engagement with vulnerable population, including the dissemination of heat-related information through existing services and networks, and a best practices review for a scalable outreach model. Expanded access to drinking water through the deployment of water trailers and distribution of bottled water. Strengthen emergency management, including real-time coordination of heat warning activated services. Enhancing our citywide preparedness and emergency management will strengthen our preparedness. Toronto Emergency Management will work with divisions, agencies, and corporations to host a tabletop exercise in April 2026 before the heat season to test protocols and procedures. Toronto Emergency Management will also collaborate with divisions to identify metrics to track progress in implementing the strategy, including further opportunities for real-time reporting on the usage and benefits of proposed measures, i.e. the number of water bottles distributed on any given day. Incorporating EX28 and EX28.3 and EX28.5 outcomes, further measures discussed today with my colleagues in their reports, such as cool amenity space requirement in apartment buildings and overarching citywide governance tables, if adopted, will be referenced in the strategy as appropriate. I would like to pass on to Parks.
Good morning, Terry Ricketts, General Manager, Parks and Recreation. In June of 2025, Parks and Recreation faced significant challenges during a heat wave. The heat response plan at the time was not enough to keep pools open. This shortfall had a real impact on service delivery, on staff well-being, and on the community. The main challenges we faced were business continuity planning and facility repair issues, many of which worsened through the season as heat put extra stress on equipment. Since then, Community Recreation has identified 5 key areas for improvement to ensure continuity of operations, as you can see described on the slide. These changes are already underway and will help make sure facilities are ready and operations can continue smoothly during heat events in 2026. The first is facility and equipment condition assessments. We're prioritizing repairs and upgrades to pool mechanical systems and dehumidification equipment through the State of Good Repair program. As you know, last year we had equipment failures at 7 sites. Since that time and heading into 2026, we're scheduling repair or replacement of major equipment at those sites and more to ensure our pools and facilities can handle the demands of summer heat. For equipment that can't be replaced immediately, we'll focus on investing in preventative maintenance to bridge the time before full replacement can be scheduled. The second area of focus is heat stress prevention training. The City looks to the Occupational Health Clinic for Ontario workers guidance as part of its heat stress protocol. Requirements include adjusting work and rest regimes to reduce humidex exposure. Conditions are monitored using hygrometers, and locations must adjust work scheduling based on humidex levels. Last year, the triggers for medically supervised work and work stoppage were not well understood, which led to pools closing. This year, we're putting a focus on pre-season training with staff and management to reinforce how to operate during extreme heat and to go over safety protocol for staff and guests. We're also extending pool hours at 8 locations. During heat warnings, we're keeping specific pools open until 11:45 p.m. so residents have more opportunities to cool down. This began in 2025 and will continue into 2026. To address staff health and safety, we've increased our staffing complement by roughly 30% and will schedule extra staff in warmer weeks to allow longer breaks and more frequent staff rotation. We're also addressing cooling spaces, shade, electrolyte beverages, and other cooling measures to protect staff during these heat events. And finally, activation of Aquatics Command Center. We've established an incident command management framework for heat response days. This team will coordinate both local and citywide pool services so we can make quick decisions and provide real-time communication during heat warnings. As part of this, web content will be updated frequently, 311 will be notified of service issues, and counselors will be notified of service disruptions in their wards. I'm now going to hand things back over to Executive Director Nolan.
So just to wrap up quickly, so just wanted to highlight a couple of key next steps, of course, subject to committee and council decisions and direction, but really starting in 2026 with implementation of the new governance model, then by May 1st, finalizing, implementing, and making publicly available the 2026 heat relief strategy, and by June 1st, establishing the requirement for cooled amenity spaces in rent-safe TO buildings. With some exceptions would come into effect. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor and members of the committee for your time today.
Thank you. Any question to staff? Okay. Thank you. Comprehensive. Since all 3 items are being considered together, deputants that are registered to speak, you will only have 1 opportunity to speak about all 3. I noticed that there are a few that are registered 3 times, but most of you are not. So let us go ahead. See Banji, the Low Income Energy Network. Are you here? Are you online? Okay, join us. The next speaker, Catherine Wilkinson. I noticed you are listed in 3 items. I'm going to ask you to just to speak to, you get your comment to talk about all 3 items, okay? Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Mayor and members of the Executive Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Z Banji and I run the Low Income Energy Network, also known as LEAN. I'm here today with a simple message. Toronto cannot wait until 2027 to act on indoor heat. We have the evidence, we have the lived experience, and we have the tools to protect tenants now. We need to create a maximum indoor temperature standard for rental units immediately, and we must put in meaningful interim protections in place before the next summer season. The city's own report makes one thing painfully clear. Extreme heat is already our most urgent climate threat. Our summers are getting hotter faster than predicted. Indoors is where heat becomes deadly. 93% of rent-safe TO report they do not provide air conditioning to tenants. That's roughly 271,000 rental homes where people may be exposed to prolonged, dangerous heat with no guaranteed relief. The city's report acknowledges that living in indoor temperatures above 26 degrees for prolonged periods increases the risks of hospitalization and death. Yet the recommendation in front of you is to wait until 2026 for a compliance analysis and until 2027 for a decision. It's important to pass the mayor's motion to have the bylaw ready for July 2026 to be passed at that time. Tenants cannot withstand 2 more summers of 30-plus degree apartments while we continue to study whether heat hurts them. The absence of a temperature standard is no longer harmless bureaucracy. It is a health inequity.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, keep going.
Other cities are not waiting. BC has updated its building code to cap temperatures in new construction. New York City is committing to a maximum indoor temperature by 2030. Toronto should not lag behind. We should lead. Here are our recommendations. Immediately adopt a 26-degree maximum temperature requirement, even if it's phased in. Expand the AC assistance program right away. The pilot was a success. 94% of participants felt better, safer, and healthier. Number 3, fund a tenant protection against above-guideline rent increases. The report acknowledges that many landlords will try to pass retrofit costs onto tenants. Toronto can design supports now to prevent a health intervention from becoming an affordability crisis. A maximum indoor temperature standard is not radical. What's radical is continuing to allow homes to reach 30, 35, even 40 degrees indoors while we wait years to protect people from dying. We have the data. We have the public support. We have the interim tools ready to activate. All that's left is political will. I urge you, implement the maximum indoor temperature standard and ensure that the mayor's motion calling for a bylaw for July 2026 is passed. Toronto's tenants cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. I am sure my motions have been circulated. Clerk has that, right? On one of this item. It's item 3. Sorry, towards implementing maximum. Okay, that motion is, you have it. Yes, please advance circulate it. Hey, Catherine Wilkinson. My motion's already online. Okay. Catherine Wilkinson, are you here? Are you online?
I am.
Okay, we're listening to you. And
Okay,
you'll be
my
speaking
apologies,
on all 3 items, okay? Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor Chow, I had offered to do that prior to doing my deputations, and I was told that was at the decision of the committee. So because I could not do that, I decided I had to do all 3. Now today I get here, we want 1. Okay. So
do you want me to wait and then I give you a few more minutes? I can listen to a few other deputants and then I can call on you. Would that help?
No, I appreciate that. I'm just going to pick out a couple paragraphs till I hit 3 minutes and we'll be done.
Okay. All right. We're all ears. So, go for it.
But thank you. Good morning, Mayor Chow, members, executive committee, guests, and other deputants. I absolutely support the need on an interim basis to have these cooling rooms available, and we need to consider establishing some sort of consistent hours of access. And there's still some reluctance for landlords to open such rooms, so we need to, coach them to do so, and also to do an audit of their existing buildings where they have rooms that don't have air conditioners that could be opened, to invest in an air conditioner so they can open those rooms. So, I also looked at the funding that was put forward on the air conditioning pilot program, and that was excellent. Obviously, there was good uptake, and any day of the week that you're going to offer a free air conditioner will be well received because, Torontonians are desperate to, escape the heat. And then, of course, the secondary issues with the smoke from the wildfires. So it suggests to me, based on last year's program, and I don't know what the 2026 budget is for this project, but I certainly hope it's at least what it was, if not double, because there's a lot of desperate Torontonians out there suffering in the heat. Now, I do know some individuals applied through that pilot project, and they found it not as easy to navigate as it sounded. And also, some were denied an air conditioner because their pre-existing medical condition or mental health issue did not meet the criteria. So what I'd like to suggest is we may need to consider reopening individuals that could apply for such air conditioners. And while I appreciate that seniors are most at risk, given their age, so too are young children and people with disabilities. So perhaps we can open up the availability of that program if we're running it again. Most importantly, I do want to thank you, Mayor Chow. I was so excited to see your letter attached to 28.3. And I want to thank you for moving this in the right direction, and that we, as Torontonians and tenants who are anxiously awaiting action on this, that we will see some steps of what's going to be happening next July 2026 in terms of a new indoor temperature bylaw. And I really want to thank you for putting a timeline on getting back to the public about this. I will also say that, you know, with 500,000 renters in the city of Toronto, I do not see the word tenant popping up much in these three reports. I think we are an important stakeholder, and I'd be happy to sit at that table with management. I'm familiar with the Toronto housing portfolio, and we can look at opportunities on how we can respond to climate action in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your offer to volunteer to help us. We'll always welcome expertise from our residents. Thank you, Catherine Wilkinson.
Thank you.
Because sometimes when you just call in, we don't know who you are, just identified who you are online. But our next speaker is Harper Jean Tobin from the 519. Are you there? You online? If I don't see you, I'll come back to you. Okay. And next speaker is Samantha Green, Canadian Association of Physicians of the Environment. I will come back to Harper Tobin in a minute. Samantha Green, are you here?
I'm right here. Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. So hi, I'm Samantha Green, Dr. Samantha Green. I'm a family doctor in Toronto's downtown east, and I am also the president of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I am here in strong support of the Mayor's amendment calling for a maximum temperature bylaw by the summer of 2025. It recognizes the urgency of the climate crisis and the need to act now with a policy that protects Toronto's renters from the health harms of heat. And it proposes protecting tenants from eviction. Heat is deadly. Extreme heat worsens heart disease and asthma, kidney disease, anxiety, and depression. It also kills. Heat stroke has a 50% mortality rate. And we may all remember the 2021 heat dome event that hit British Columbia that killed over 600 people, and the heat event that hit Quebec in 2018, killing hundreds of people. And we cannot wait for a heat event to hit Toronto and kill hundreds of people here. I have many patients who were affected by this past summer's unprecedented heat, where we experienced 29 heat warning days. I have one patient with schizophrenia who lives in a rental bachelor apartment. She has intensive mental health supports and receives CPP disability, and yet we have struggled to access an air conditioner for her. The city's heat relief network does not work. She doesn't like to leave her apartment in general and has experienced stigma and discrimination in public spaces like malls and community centers. I have an 84-year-old patient with asthma and kidney disease and diabetes who had a portable air conditioner, but it broke. It was impossible to get him funding for an air conditioner through the city's hardship fund. First, he needed a prescription from me. Second, he needed to wait on hold to speak with city staff for several hours in order to request a paper application form. Third, he needed to fill in detailed financial information, including assets and all income sources. And then finally, he was denied funding because he had $700 in his bank account. There is a communal cool space in his building in St. Jamestown. In that space, there are 3 plastic chairs in a small room. There is nothing for him to do there and no reason for him to spend time there. He also, of course, doesn't sleep there. Common cooling rooms will not prevent him from experiencing heat illness or death. Extreme heat is the deadliest form of climate disaster in Canada. The BC Heat Dome event was the deadliest weather event in Canadian history. And we know from the 2021 BC Coroner's Report and other research from around the world that we can protect people from heat illness and death when indoor air temperatures are kept under 26 degrees. My patients have made it clear we must address uncontrolled heat in people's homes with a universal policy. Just like a minimum temperature bylaw in winter, we need universal protections to ensure that these most vulnerable Torontonians have a cool place to live and to sleep. A 26-degree maximum indoor temperature paired with robust tenant protections is an essential and evidence-based public health interventions that aligns with recommendations from health experts, legal experts, and community organizations across the province. And so I hope everyone on this committee will support the mayor's motion.
Thank you. May I ask you a question? On top of that, because the heat wave may happen before the motion, the bylaw comes through to council, because the last council meeting is in July before next year. Okay? I assume you would want to look at the hardship funds application process, be made better, more streamlined, and have more access.
Yeah, I would like to see distribution of air conditioner units themselves, because even with the hardship fund, even for those who receive the funding, it's just a check in the mail. And for people with disabilities and seniors, it's very difficult to then go out, buy an air conditioner, install it, make sure it's working properly. So I think the distribution of air conditioners is the way to go.
So more air conditioners, because last year we had a pilot, we were only able to give out X number. I think it was 500, I believe. A lot more would be more helpful. Okay. And I'm also hearing that there needs to be more activation activities in cooling centers.
Yes, I would like to speak to that in the heat response strategy. I mean, I'm glad to see the continuation of the one 24/7 cooling center downtown. And it was underutilized this past summer. And I think part of the problem was communication, that it existed, but part of the problem was that it's not particularly a desirable place to be. A bunch of plastic chairs in an open room. And there are, international recommendations on best practices for cooling centers, which include that they are accessible and desirable and inclusive places. So desirable meaning maybe there's food, maybe there's tax clinics or other activities running that actually entice people to be there.
Mm-hmm. And perhaps we can have a partnership with nonprofit organizations to think of creative things, because it needs to be locally relevant to the tenants or the residents in that neighborhood. That could be some, okay, so those are, and then in terms of the hardship funds, yes, more air conditioners, but the hardship fund application process itself sounds like it needs to be
completely revamped. Yeah,
yes, and maybe a bit more access. Okay, thank you for that thoughtful
thank you.
Presentation. Thank you. Our next speaker is Baha. Oh, I'm back to Harbour Jean Tobin. Are you there? Online?
Yes. Hello. Hi. I'm
there
Harper
you are.
Jean
Go
Tobin.
ahead.
All right. I'm Harper Jean Tobin with the 519, or I'm director of the Community Resilience Project, and I apologize I couldn't make it there in person today. The 519's downtown East catchment is one of the areas with the highest vulnerability to extreme heat in the city. And the 2S LGBTQ plus community we serve is also more exposed to and more at risk from unsafe temperatures. We're more likely to be low-income renters, to health conditions that increase vulnerability, and to live alone as we age. We know extreme heat is our most urgent climate threat, we've heard, and most heat deaths occur indoors. And in the BC heat dome, those who died were overwhelmingly the sorts of folks who'd have most difficulty trekking back and forth to or spending a lot of time in a common room. The 519, we're often a refuge from daytime heat, so we appreciate the value of public cool spaces, especially for folks who are unhoused. But studies we cited in our written comments show there's no substitute for safe temperatures where you live and sleep. Even if older adults make their way to a cool space in a heat wave and spend 2 hours there, another 2 hours in the heat could bring their core temperature and heart strain right back to where it was. And as the city's risk assessment states, the inability to cool down at night is often the primary driver of severe health outcomes. Cooling isn't a luxury. It's a matter of health, safety, and human rights, as I hope we all recognize. If tenants aren't being provided with protection from the elements sufficient to preserve health and life, they shouldn't have to pay more for it. We know that will take time. It will be complicated. It will require investments from multiple sources. That's why getting started is so urgent. The AC program is promising, but a drop in the bucket at current scale. The cooling room amendment is itself a good thing, but it may not do much on its own and shouldn't remove one bit of urgency for a safe temperature standard for rental units. We appreciate the work of staff across divisions on this issue and the mayor's motion. We've also submitted written comments on strengthening the heat relief strategy and developing a strong, equitable action plan for climate resilience. Our recommendations include more urgent timelines, equity-focused metrics, detailed estimates on the cost of inaction, a strong focus on shelter, housing, and face-to-face outreach, and a rapid community relief fund. We urge our city partners to engage and support all of the AOC members to be key partners in this work. As city agencies, we are eager to do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. See no questioner, Sajay Agalva. Sajay, are you? Sajay, online. Go ahead. Can you turn your mic on?
Hi.
Hi, go
Hi,
for it.
yes. I just wanted to see if I can get my camera on.
The next speaker is Scott Bear, and then after that, Jacqueline Wilson. Just want you folks to get ready.
Okay, I don't know why my camera's not turning on.
We
That's
can
kind
hear
of
you
odd.
though. Go for it.
Okay, so odd. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So hi, my name is Dr. Sejal Bhargava. I'm also here today on behalf of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. I am a primary care physician as well as a public health practitioner, co-chair of CAPE Ontario and president-elect of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. And I'm here today to help express strong support for Mayor Chow's amendment directing staff to bring forward a maximum indoor temperature bylaw by July 2026. This motion is urgent, and I urge all committee members to support the amendment. Toronto specifically is vulnerable to extreme heat because of its massive urban population. We know that urban populations can be disproportionately feel heat by experiencing ground level temperatures that are 10 to 12 degrees higher than surrounding rural areas. Heat impacts are unequitably distributed and impact low-income tenants, racialized communities, seniors, people with chronic illness, and people with disabilities more than others because of their limited ability to adapt to heat stress. In my experience working in inner cities, I have come across patients who live in subsidized housing, and when I open their doors to do a home visit, I'm met by a wall of heat and humidity, and the most I can do is change their ice pack on their head and ensure that they have food, water, and a telephone in case they need help. This is a direct evidence of why we need policy and intervention to support these people. Because of the 2021 heat dome, we actually have a lot of data that points toward what a good intervention looks like and what a good policy looks like. We know 98% of deaths occurred indoors in British Columbia, and almost all of these deaths occurred in homes without adequate cooling mechanisms. And we also know that people tend to shelter in home during times of need. Short-term measures like cooling centers, showers, and temporary rooms help briefly, but don't protect people overnight when indoor temperatures remain high. And evidence shows that even spending a few hours per day in cooling is not actually that protective and can cause worsening heat stress when people return to hot environments. We cannot wait for perfect evidence. We know that people are dying, and we know that this is preventable. Toronto can also set a model for the rest of Canada to follow. The bylaw must prioritize the most vulnerable tenants. The city should accelerate complementary measures, and Toronto must act now to not continue studying the issue indefinitely and waiting for more and more evidence to collect while deaths and injury to people occur. In closing, maximum heat or extreme heat is predictable and worsening. A maximum indoor temperature standard is necessary, is evidence-based and life-saving policy. And we urge you to support the mayor's amendment and swift implementation of the bylaw, hopefully by summer of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Scott Baer, Advocacy Center for Tenants, Ontario. And then the next speaker is Jacqueline Wilson. Sela. Okay. Scott, you're online. Okay, we can hear you. Well, not quite. Nope, we cannot. Still cannot. Why don't we come right back to you, Mr. Baer? Jacqueline Wilson, are you there? Here. Oh, okay, you're here. So we'll come back to you, Mr. Baer, and Jacqueline Wilson is here, Sela.
Thank you very much. My name is Jacqueline Wilson, and I'm a lawyer with the Canadian Environmental Law Association. I'm here to express strong support for the mayor's proposed amendment calling for a maximum temperature bylaw to be drafted by July 2026. It reflects the urgency of this crisis and ensuring that tenants are not being exposed to health risks and even death in their homes. We've heard about the BC Coroner's report following the 2021 extreme heat event, when at least 619 people died. That report found that people were most in danger when indoor temperatures remained above 26 degrees throughout the event. We need the policy to reflect the urgency and also the problem head on and pass new property standards to address uncontrolled heat in people's homes. The Building Code Act in Section 15.1 provides municipalities with authority to pass property standards. We already in Toronto have property standards relating to keeping heating and air conditioning systems and units in good repair, minimum indoor temperature standards of 21 degrees, and when there's an air conditioning system in place to maintain an indoor temperature standard of 26 degrees Celsius. What a new property standard would do is fill the critical gap for the most vulnerable tenants who do not yet have a cooling system in place and are most at risk. Tenants should not be paying for climate resiliency upgrades. Ontario Regulation 51606, which is a regulation under the Provincial Residential Tenancies Act, requires a landlord to subtract the amount of all grants, other forms of financial assistance, rebates, and refunds received by the landlords from any above guideline rent increase applications. Applications for federal and provincial assistance for landlords of low-income tenants should be made now, along with a concerted effort to maximize the use of programs that are already in place, like the Provincial Save on Energy Affordability Program, or the provincial and federal governments that are working toward an agreement for delivery of a new Canada Greener Homes Affordability Program, which targets low-income tenants with insulation and heat pumps. The electricity grid can handle a new cooling requirement. The staff report presented in support of this item notes this at page 13 of the report that Toronto Hydro has confirmed. Tenants can't wait any longer. My first presentation on this topic at the City of Toronto was in 2015. It's simply unacceptable to keep waiting and keep talking about this issue while people's lives are at risk. We urge you to ensure that a maximum temperature bylaw is passed in July 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your Resilience. Still here, still battling for it. We'll get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Scott Bear, are you back? Yes? Okay. Turn your mic on. We're ready. We don't need. Hey, your camera's not on, your mic is not on. Mr. Bear. Hey. I may go to the next speaker. Anne McQuinn Fu, Toronto Political Advocacy Committee. Anne, are you here? Okay, are you online? Okay, we'll come back to you. Hon Sen Chong of the Toronto Environmental Alliance, there you are. You ready?
Hi, yeah, my name's Hao Sen. I'm the climate campaigner of the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm actually born and raised in Etobicoke, and actually had quite a few health issues when I was a kid, including sensitivity to heat. And that's why I'm strongly in support of this, and why the Toronto Environmental Alliance strongly supports the mayor's motion to bring a max temperature bylaw for consideration within the first half of next year. It's clear that the experience from heat events like the 2021 BC Heat Dome, where over 600 heat-related deaths occurred, show that during extreme heat events, the vast majority of heat-related deaths occur indoors in residences. So cooling from the heat can no longer be seen as a luxury, and we strongly encourage this committee to pass the mayor's motion, which could bring a bylaw to council in the first half of next year. Toronto Environmental Alliance also strongly supports a series of different issues. I'm going to list just a few of them here. First, ensuring that any bylaw for max indoor temperatures is at the unit level. T recognizes that cooling rooms may be necessary as a temporary heat relief measure, but because of various issues such as access, capacity, and safety, a max heat bylaw must be set at the unit level at the very least. We must work towards ensuring that everyone has a safe home to sleep in during heat waves, and that's not necessarily possible with cooling rooms. We also support the expansion of the city's existing cooling program. We're very pleased to see that the city has provided cooling units for almost 500 income-eligible seniors across the city, and we hope that the program continues, and we strongly support that program's expansion. Number 3, greater emphasis on non-mechanical cooling. Cooling can be enhanced with passive tools like awnings, shade, green roofs, and other cost-effective options, but like other cities, Toronto suffers from the urban heat island effect, where the concrete of the city itself holds heat, which makes the city hotter than the greener areas outside of the city. So we strongly support both building level ambient cooling methods and the actual greening of concrete infrastructure across the city, which could also be used to reduce stormwater, improve Toronto's walking, cycling, and transit rates. And then finally, of course, there's the money piece. When we look at indoor cooling and heating, or at the cutting of building emissions, or at the protection of flood and wildfire smoke, these are all building performance standards. And all building performance requirements like this face a similar challenge, which is how do you meet these requirements equitably so that tenants aren't burdened with the cost? So we really encourage the city to redouble its efforts to ensure that tenants and small landlords are provided with more financial supports. That includes going to the federal government and the provincial government for more money. So while we're talking about Toronto here, I think it's important to recognize that what we do here can and has a strong positive impact across the entire country. A greater percentage of Canadians live in Toronto than Americans live in New York. And so by protecting Torontonians from extreme heat, we're going to set into motion a series of positive events across the country as well.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you so much for your presentation. We have Daryl Scott Bear. Are you? Oh, not in yet. Okay. Daryl Chong of Greater Toronto Apartment Association. Are you here? Great. 3 minutes. Next speaker is Marcia Stone of Western Acorn. And after that is Yuroslava Montenegro of Executive Director of Federation of Metrotenant Association. Okay. Go ahead. Is it working? Okay, just a second here. What do you need? Okay. Tara, if you don't mind, while we're setting up, I believe Anne McQueen Fu is online. Are you ready to speak? Go ahead. You are online, and can you open your mic? This is Anne McQueen Fu. Going once, twice. Can you open up your mic? If not, I'm going to, okay, go ahead. Can you speak right now? Okay, can you say something? Anne? We cannot hear you. Anne McQueen Fu? Miss Fu, can you say a few words? Turn on your mic. Okay, Darrow Chong, it's yours. Okay.
Thank you. Is screen connected?
Yep. Go ahead.
My presentation there. Thank you very much. GTA members, we proudly provide good housing and professionally managed buildings, and we care about our customers. We believe that apartment residents should be advised that they can install and operate safe, portable, indoor AC units, that government programs should be expanded to provide qualified residents with AC units based on income and medical requirements, that for non-qualified residents, they should continue to decide on their own to obtain and operate or not safe, portable, indoor AC units, that each apartment building with available space operate a cool room as described and proposed in the report. So we've worked with Toronto Public Health and MLS for many years to promote heat safety in apartment buildings. We support the new online cooling requirements as proposed and believe the June 26 compliance date is reasonable. Just to be clear, GTA members do not prohibit the use of air conditioning in apartment buildings. Toronto has 3,600 apartment buildings, and according to staff, only 4 do not allow tenants to install and use AC. We should speak with these 4 owners and fix this. Perhaps there was some confusion a few years ago when Toronto Community Housing banned window shakers due to their falling hazard. We discussed this with them, we followed their lead, we educated and promoted the use of safe, portable indoor AC units. We did not prohibit AC, just the dangerous window shakers. So AC is almost universally allowed in apartment buildings. It has been for decades, but many still don't have it. Why or why not? Many say they don't need it. It's their choice. It wasn't offered as a feature when they looked at the unit, when they decided to move in. If a resident's reason for not installing an AC unit is because they believe they're not allowed to, then we should let them know that they are. Or if a resident's reasons for not installing an AC unit is financial, then we should do a better job at communicating that there are existing programs. Last summer, your pilot program distributed 489 portable AC units, was a huge success to qualified applicants. We support this approach and expansion of this. In BC and BC Hydro providing 28,000 free AC units after already providing 6,000. Ontario's got an electricity support program to help subsidize the monthly electrical draw used by AC units. And they recently posted this hydro capacity map. So we have challenges. The red squares or the red sections in that map show little or no available capacity today. So globally across the city, they have capacity, but if you overlay that with some apartment neighborhoods, you'll see we're in the red sections. The buildings were, 89% of the buildings were built before 1980. They don't have sufficient energy behind the walls or to the building. So when we're looking for a solution, we believe it's really important to gather information. And as part of that review, it would be extremely useful to ask residents who don't already have AC in their unit why they don't as a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I ask a question? Do you think your association would be interested in sharing? Let's say if the City of Toronto provide $100,000 to purchase X number of air conditioning units. Would you match our funds? Do you think the industry would want to match our funds, especially those that are matching our funds will be able to access some of those air conditioning units? Would it be possible for you to survey your association members whether they might be interested?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll consider anything to make things better. Our concern is if we plug in, there's 330,000 apartment units in the city of Toronto under rent safe. We figure about a third of them already have AC. So we're looking at maybe if this was a mandatory bylaw that every unit had one, we're looking at all of a sudden at once plugging in 220,000 AC units across the city, largely in the areas that are red on this capacity map. So that's the concern. So I think
putting aside the hydro problem, if we fix the hydro problem, that if we could find enough funds, would that be something that your association might be interested in?
We would be.
Okay, thank you. Even if we start this coming year, because spring is not well, it's a bit cold outside, but it would be. I think the last heat wave came in, I believe, in June.
So I read the report very carefully, and staff laid out a plan about how much time they would need and what they would look at to do a wholesome report. So I would defer to staff about how much time they realistically need.
Yeah, but if we do double up our pilot and provide more air conditioning and conditioners, and if we could cost share it with your association members, then we can provide quite a few more just to phase in, right? And then we'll have the bylaw.
Oh, we'd look at it for sure.
Okay, thank you so much.
You.
Okay.
Question?
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor Cole.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think you've hit on something that is rarely talked about. It's almost like an unknown challenge we have in the city, and that is hydro capacity. Can you explain that again, and with that map that we've never seen before, about the inability to provide enough hydro capacity in certain neighborhoods?
So it's a map that's available on Toronto Hydro's website. I submitted a letter. It's in your packet somewhere with the link. I'm going to try to log back in. There. If you guys can turn that back on for me. Anyway, this map is provided by Toronto Hydro. It's made for engineers to see if they can build things or build more things that require electricity. The red sections, according to the legend, which are at the bottom of this map, show that there's between 0 and limited capacity. When you look at this map, and I guess each of the councillors in here will know their neighborhoods and where all the big apartment blocks are, you'll see that there's a lot of commonality. The city is largely green, but those are neighborhoods occupied by single detached homes. And some of this is parkland. It is a challenge. We know this is a real challenge because there's only a few buildings that are able to switch to heat pumps without energization of their building.
Yeah, so I know everybody's now talking about the heat pump being the magic elixir for fixing all our problems in Toronto.
It's not.
Yes, and the thing is, to operate heat pumps, you need an energy source, right?
Correct.
And what's that energy source?
Electricity.
Yeah. And then we don't have the electrical capacity to provide or to build this heat pump infrastructure across the city of 3.5 million.
There, again, according to the map, there are lots of neighborhoods that have excess capacity, but those aren't necessarily apartment neighborhoods. Those are less dense neighborhoods.
So the dense neighborhoods, where most of the apartments are, is where there isn't a lack of capacity.
There's a lack of capacity.
So I think that's basically, and I hope someone out there in media land shares this map, because I know I'll speak to that in a bit. But anyways, thank you so much for bringing this up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline. Is Scott Bear still there, or Anne Fu? They're online. Who can turn on their mic faster? I cannot hear a word what you said, Madam Clerk. Who do you want? Okay, just turn someone on, let me know who it is, and I can just call them on. Let's just keep going. Okay, name your name, please. Turn on your mic. Just say,
Hello?
I am Scott
Can you hear me?
Bear, and I just go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go for it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for the trouble. My name is Scott Baird. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator at the Advocacy Center for Trans Ontario, specialty legal clinic that protects the rights and interests of both renters and hospitals. Together with our partners at the Canadian Environmental Law Association, we co-lead the Low Income Energy Network, or LEAN, which tackles energy poverty and the inequitable burdens low-income households face as our climate becomes more and more extreme. I'm here today in strong support of implementing a maximum indoor temperature bylaw for all rental units. Extreme heat does not impact all Torontonians equally. Low-income renters, seniors, people with disabilities, and racialized communities carry a disproportionate burden because they are far more likely to live in older, poorly ventilated buildings without air conditioning or heat pumps. These households face fewer resources to escape the heat, to purchase cooling devices, or to shoulder the higher utility costs that come with extreme heat. Toronto Public Health has documented apartment temperatures between 32 Celsius and 39 degrees Celsius during heat waves. These are not just uncomfortable conditions, they are dangerous and they are deadly. Air conditioners and heat pumps are life-saving necessities in these conditions. Opting for cooling centers as the lone solution to this problem is not the appropriate response. While cooling rooms are a supportive role, they cannot replace a maximum heat bylaw, and in many cases, they're simply not feasible. Many older buildings in Toronto do not have the capacity, space, or systems needed to create an effective cooling room. The only way to save lives is truly to ensure a maximum heat bylaw is in place during the summer, just like we have maximum. Just like we have a minimum heat during the winter. Furthermore, addressing heat in rental units isn't just about cooling; it's about affordability and fairness. While Bill 97 prevents landlords from blocking tenants from installing air conditioners, it doesn't stop landlords from passing costs onto renters, which is not acceptable. To make a maximum heat bylaw effective, we need programs that support retrofits and provide assistance to renters and landlords for the installation and maintenance of this program. This ensures homes are livable and safe without adding financial burden onto those least able to afford it. Finally, I urge Council not to defer this work. 2026 is already a truncated, election-dominated year, and we must not punt the responsibility of saving Torontonians with a max heat bylaw to Toronto's next City Council. Please proceed with implementing this maximum heat bylaw as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marcia Stone, Western Acorn. Can you turn on their mic? Oh, you're here. Okay. In person. Thank you. That's a lot better. And Fu, if you're Toronto and Political or Advocacy Committee, if you're still online, then we will listen to you.
Hello?
Yep, go for it.
Hi, okay. Good morning, counselors. Hopefully you can hear me. My name is Anne, and I am a first-year medical student at the University of Toronto and a member of the Toronto Political Advocacy Committee, a club at U of T Medicine. I am here to speak in support of the maximum temperature bylaw. I strongly urge members of the Executive Committee to support the Mayor's amendment to recommendation number 4, all other recommendations in item 28.3, and to expedite the process of establishing this bylaw. Even just a few months into medical school, I realized just how much the title of medical student can change the way people look at you. As students, we've seen the impact that physicians can make with just a signature, allowing patients to gain financial assistance and access medical care that vastly improves their quality of life. However, more often than not, we see patients that fall through the cracks, and we feel helpless because we aren't able to change social, financial, and environmental circumstances that define their lives. This is part of what brings me here today. We know that health is a product of the environments that shape us, and when heat becomes an inescapable part of that environment, it leaves its fingerprints everywhere. We don't need to look far to see the effects of extreme heat. Many previous deputations have discussed earlier, the heat dome that occurred in BC in 2021, which led to 619 deaths related to heat in just 1 week, making it Canada's deadliest weather event ever. And 98% of those deaths occurred indoors, most in areas without adequate cooling systems and in lower income neighborhoods. We have a close colleague on our committee who shared what it was like to grow up in a Toronto apartment without any AC. Her family were immigrants and low income. She shared a 1-bedroom with her 2 sisters and her mom. Their family couldn't afford to have an air conditioner. So during days in the summer, they simply couldn't stay home. They had to spend hours at the mall or at the library for relief. At night, she and her mom would sleep on the floor just to stay closer to a fan. During hotter days, the air was humid and thick in their crowded room, and falling asleep was a struggle, and they'd wake up sticky and irritable for the next day. And that was her norm. Today, things have only gotten worse, and we hear of families putting mattresses on balconies to try and get through the night, tenants who can barely breathe, people who can't even cook or clean because it's so hot in their apartment, and especially people who have heart and lung conditions that are exacerbated by the extreme heat. A maximum heat bylaw is a policy aimed at bettering the lives of Torontonians, but at its core, it's about protecting the most vulnerable in our society who are disproportionately affected. It's the seniors who live on their own and can't access cooling centers, it's immigrant and low-income families who may not be able to afford to install AC, and those with chronic diseases that reduce their tolerance to heat. The issue of rising temperatures is not going to go away. According to the city's own climate risk report, we can expect the number of days hotter than 30 degrees Celsius to increase from 18 days per year now to 36 per year by mid-century. And this is under a median emission scenario. Addressing the issues of a maximum heat bylaw is about ensuring the equity of all Torontonians.
Fu, I'm sorry. Wow, a student trying to participate while she is in a noisy environment. I thank you for your patience. Marcy Stone, back to you. Thank you for waiting. Can you turn on your mic?
Isn't it on?
Yep,
okay.
It is now.
Good morning, Mayor Chow and councillors. My name is Marcia Stone, and I am the chair of the Western Acorn Chapter, and I'm here representing the Toronto Acorn Board. Acorn is a tenant union in the community with over 50,000 low-income and working-class members across Toronto. I feel like I'm having deja vu. We were here last year in December 2024 at the Planning and Housing Committee when MLS asked for a year to get back to council on a max heat bylaw. Now here we are again in December, and MLS is asking for another year to study the issue before we might see a draft of a bylaw. We're pleased to see a number of short-term solutions being put forward by the city to support low-income communities during the heat waves. The free air conditioning program was a huge success and delivered 500 air conditioners to low-income seniors across the city. We thank the mayor and the council for quickly funding this program, and we hope to see it expanded in 2026. But we know that the long-term solution is policy change, and that means introducing a maximum heat bylaw. According to Environment Canada, in 2025, the number of days above 32 Celsius was double the average. Toronto Public Health estimates that an average of 120 people die every year prematurely in the city because of the extreme heat. These numbers will continue to increase the longer we wait to take action. We cannot wait until 2027. That's why Acorn supports Mayor Olivia Chow's amendment to the motion to direct MLS to draft a bylaw no later than July 2026. We also support the language in her amendment to investigate how to prevent costs from being passed down on to tenants. And we're adamant about that. Tenants should not be paying out the nose for the climate crisis when we're just trying to survive it and pay the rent on time. Toronto Acorn urges the Executive Committee to adopt the Mayor's amendment to item EX 28.3 and to pass the motion. And in closing, I would just like to say, it's always said that Toronto is a leader. So let's lead people's lives depend on this bill being passed. And we ask that you pass the amendment and adopt the motion. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well said. I have one more speaker on this side. On this side, Yokoslava.
Hello?
Am I pronouncing? Oh yeah, we can hear you. Go for it.
Okay, perfect. Just give me a second to start the video. Hold on. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yaroslava Avila Montenegro. I am the Executive Director of the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations, and we strongly support the establishment of the maximum indoor temperature bylaw this coming year. This measure is essential to protect tenant health and safety, particularly in the climate crisis, as increased risk to tenants, as some of the major issues that we're seeing right now for our most vulnerable tenants. The FMTA is recommending the following measures be implemented in the development of the maximum indoor temperature bylaw, specifically the maximum indoor temperature standard of 26 degrees for leased residential premises year-round, expand the city of Toronto's air conditioner assistance program aimed at providing access to air conditioning for low-income and vulnerable households, to include all multi-unit residential buildings, MURBs, as well as multi-tenant housing tenants. Expand the city's retrofit programs to enable all multi-unit residential buildings and multi-tenant housing to meet the health and safety standards, preventing costs from being passed on to tenants, and increased pressure from Toronto officials to urge the provincial government to reform the Residential Tenancies Act and recognize cooling as a vital service, establishing universal maximum indoor temperature standards for all tenants. We all know that extreme heat is a growing threat to our communities. Weather events have become extremely unpredictable, with an on-average temperature expected to rise 6 degrees for Toronto alone by 2050. The city must do what it can to deal with its dangerous health effects, particularly for our most vulnerable tenants. We see this impact on tenants, especially those experiencing housing precarity in the summer months, as extended heat warnings become the norm rather than the exception. For tenants, particularly those in older multi-unit buildings without adequate ventilation or cooling, prolonged indoor heat is not merely an inconvenience, it's a severe threat to health and safety, as well as equity. Many Toronto tenants face harsh reprisals from landlords who refuse to let air conditioning be installed in residential units to deal with the extreme heat, a dangerous gambit that could result in tragedy. According to the WHO, heat-related mortality for people over 65 of age has increased approximately 85% between 2000 to 2004 and 2017 to 2021. While we're really happy to see the City of Toronto take action to address the health impacts of heat on tenants, particularly for the senior air conditioner pilot program launched earlier this year, much more needs to be done. We would like to see the air conditioner program include all residential buildings, including MTH residences. In the case of MTH tenants specifically, the expansion of this pilot would serve to protect vulnerable communities who are the most impacted by the climate and housing crisis. This includes seniors, newcomers, migrant workers, people with disabilities, and those facing addiction and mental health barriers. Additionally, the city must significantly enhance its funding and incentives for energy retrofits targeting MURBs as well as MTH housing. This would improve passing cooling, ventilation, and insulation, crucial to face rising tempersCrucially,
Thank you. I'm sorry you're over time. My apology to interrupt you. I'm going to try to finish this item before lunch. Bree Scott. And then Sarah Buchanan. Scott, are you here? And then Sarah Buchanan. Right after that is Gabby Calabos and Richard Gilbert. Okay? I'm going to take a motion later on to extend and finish this item because we normally break at 12:30. Okay, go ahead. Where are you, B. Scott? Are you online? Sarah Buchanan's online. I can hear you online. Please speak. Hey.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Sarah Buchanan from Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm going to spare you turning on my camera today because I'm home with a cold, which you can probably hear in my voice. Today I'm going to focus a little bit on the heat relief strategy, the shorter term plan that's in front of you, which is essentially what we have to work with as a city until a maximum temperature bylaw is implemented, which I really hope it is. T is part of a coalition that's been calling for the heat relief strategy to be stronger for a few years now. And I'm happy to see some real improvements in the 2026 strategy before you. My biggest request today is that you go through this process of deeper review and improvement every year. It shouldn't take a council motion to do it. And we can't keep getting caught off guard by summers that scientists have been predicting for many years. So let's try new things, let's evaluate them, let's improve the strategy in a thorough way every summer as temperatures rise. My second request is actually to stop bringing back heat decisions in the middle of winter when it's like minus 12 outside. So thanks, Mayor Chow, for asking for a July report on the max temperature bylaw. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to tell you what's good in this plan, what we really like. One is better coordination. So I see you've added a heat warning table, which is a really good step. This is new from last year. What that does is it calls together the relevant divisions to share information and make decisions every time there's a heat warning. It does that formally. So this will ideally help prevent situations like having to close pools, for example, by flagging them in advance, we hope, and having the right people at the table to coordinate and problem solve. Another good thing in here, overnight emergency space and extended hours at all civic centers. So I recognize the city's brought back a 24-hour cooling center downtown. Although one overnight space is not enough, some recognition that you can't sleep in a library or a city pool is really good. And I support Dr. Green's suggestion from earlier today that we make these spaces more than just chairs in a cool building. That we work with, for example, nonprofit partners to add activation activities, food, make it more comfortable for people to be there, potentially add, health supports, social worker supports, things like that. And I want to stress why we have to think more about overnight heat relief. We've heard from a lot of folks today about how, our summers are different now. Our heat plans that were made in the past were based on a different city. That was a city where you could open your windows at night and cool off. You can't do that anymore during a heat wave. Sometimes you can't even open your window because there's a bylaw that says in many buildings you can't open them more than, I think, 10 centimeters.
Wrap up soon.
So I'm going to say also, thanks for improving this. Let's do it every year. For example, I see a pilot was done with the Red Cross. Let's build on that. I'd love to hear more about how that pilot went, if we can do it with more organizations. And let's keep hearing from community and making this plan better after every summer. Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, is that me? Okay, go ahead.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you very much, Mayor Chow and committee members, for allowing me time on your busy agenda. I'm Gabby from the Clean Air Climate Action Partnership. We're a charitable environmental organization, and we work with municipalities to help them implement their climate action plans. I really wanted to speak to the importance of putting resilience strategies into action. And a lot of the work that the city has done has identified the risks and vulnerabilities that we face as a result of climate change. What I really appreciated about the resilience strategy and the work plan was the clear identification of how that resilience strategy will be put into play in each of the different departments across the municipalities. And I think that's one of the critical pieces of this. It cannot stay within one department. All departments have climate change resilience responsibilities and opportunities, and identifying and integrating them into their business operations and services and infrastructure decision making is absolutely critical. So I commend the plan for incorporating that resilience across the whole municipality and all departments. Another area that I didn't see specifically laid out, but it is emerging as a leading practice across municipalities as they integrate climate change into their operations, is absolutely the carbon budgeting and how critical that is. But one of the pieces that I didn't see in the work plan thus far is how human resources are bringing that into job descriptions and performance evaluations, because that is a number of things that many municipalities are doing to close that accountability circle and bringing it into not just the department's plans, but also individual roles and responsibilities, job descriptions. So I wanted to highlight that as a really important opportunity for advancing climate accountability. If I could just speak to the heat bylaw as well on that one, I wanted to speak to the importance of passing this heat bylaw. It is critically important. We've seen some of the numbers of heat stress, and heat is not called the silent killer for nothing. We see the numbers in Europe, which are utterly shocking. We've also seen the numbers in Vancouver that is really opening up our eyes to a situation we're facing here in Canada. One of the key critical aspects of this is the nighttime temperatures that are critical from a physiological point of view on cooling the body and building the body's resilience to the heat of the next day. So unit bylaws and requirements are absolutely critical to achieve that sleep role. But I also wanted to speak to the kind of activation of these cooling rooms wherever we need. And like, if we are going to be using a plan B and going for cooling rooms, how do we activate those areas? And speak to the importance of building social capital in those, using that opportunity for social capital so that we can check in on our neighbors and check in on each other when we do come to these heat events and don't rely simply on technology alone, that we do build our human resources and capital to really take care of each other and activate these cooling centers as places where we can build that social capital across the buildings.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Richard Gilbert and Martin Green from the Ombudsman Institute. Come on down. Welcome. Some old friend, former councillor, Metro councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for this opportunity. We're here to address only the resilience plan. We agree with everything that's gone before. In fact, we agree with all the recommendations that you have before you about the resilience plan, but we do have one beef with that plan, and that is its treatment of cold weather. It actually minimizes the treatment of cold weather. We believe this is because the city doesn't have a very good plan for heating buildings, and I'll come to that in a minute. But just to put it in perspective, there are roughly across Canada 9 times as many deaths from cold weather as there are from hot weather. The number of deaths from cold weather, which was approximately 27,000 a few years ago, is not expected to decline. But the number of deaths from hot weather is expected to increase, so that 9-to-1 ratio now by 2050 is expected to be about 5-to-1. And all that's said about dealing with hot weather we agree with, but ignoring cold weather, we do at our peril. The problem with the city's plan about cold weather is that it relies on air source heat pumps almost exclusively. And as Councillor Cole has mentioned here, and other people have mentioned, if you have all those air source heat pumps being fueled from our grid, they're going to blow the system. But it's even worse, because air source heat pumps, if you install them now, will actually increase greenhouse gas emissions rather than reduce them. Because at the margin, our electricity now and until 2040 is going to be natural gas fired. And if you use natural gas to make electricity and then you use electricity to make heat, that's less efficient than simply using the natural gas to make heat. Work it out. It also, the other point about the city's plan for heating buildings is that it wants to reduce energy use in buildings for heating by 75%. Now, almost nobody in the world has done that. Major plans implemented across Europe in particular for increasing the efficiency are lucky if they get to 20%. Getting to 75% by the city's own estimate is going to cost over $200,000 per house, over $100,000 per building. It's a ridiculous amount to expect homeowners to provide and property owners. It's not going to help much with the housing issues, and all of that is in our submission to you. What we ask is that you adopt all the recommendations before you, but when it comes to the item
Mr.
on...
Gilbert, sorry, your 3 minutes is up. Your partner, maybe he can give you his 3 minutes. Yeah, or do you want to continue?
Okay.
You share your 6 minutes together.
So the cost of retrofitting buildings makes it virtually impossible to accomplish this. And on top of that, Toronto 4 years ago approved the Transform TO policy to retrofit buildings to reduce the energy consumption by 75%. In those 4 years, almost nothing has been accomplished, and it's been admitted by a report that was reviewed by the Environment and Energy Committee, Infrastructure and Environment Committee last week, that the target now is reduced from getting to zero by 2040 to now reducing greenhouse gases by 8% by 2040. And much of the reason is that retrofitting buildings is nearly impossible. There's a third challenge, which is that the electrical grid simply won't be able to support this at the provincial level or at the Toronto level. To power those heat pumps within Toronto, accepting that we're not going to retrofit all the buildings to reduce the energy demand by 75%, is going to require Toronto Hydro to triple or quadruple the capacity of the power system. And that's just not feasible. And it's not affordable. And that extra capacity would be used about at a 10% utilization rate. So the alternative is to implement thermal networks, which is feasible. It's more resilient because we don't want to rely on the electricity system for absolutely everything. If we rely on it for everything and the power goes out, then we have no heating, we have no cooling, our infrastructure is basically gone. And because we're relying on electricity for everything. So we really need to have an alternative supply of heat and cool, which can be done through district energy or thermal networks, the more modern term. Can provide both heating and cooling. And there's enough heat thrown away from Pickering, the nuclear power station, for example, to heat almost all of Toronto. So we can do this. The technology is available, and it's in our report, which I encourage people to look at. And
you have 30 more seconds. Want to summarize?
Could I just add, Madam Chairman, that what we would like this committee to do is to recommend to Council that the item on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee concerning Transform TO be referred back to the committee for a further report, which we set out in our documentation.
Okay, we'll consider that. Thank you. Any other questions? Any questions, folks? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Cole.
I couldn't resist my mentor here behind me here, Richard Gilbert. Some of your wisdom has rubbed off on me, I guess. I saw it in action today. I was so blessed to sit beside him and Dale Martin for these years here in the same chamber. But anyways, I just want to say, how can we get people to appreciate this reality we face about our hydro infrastructure, that it can't basically do what we wish it to do? How can we get people to understand this?
My answer to that is refer that I&E committee back to the committee, and we'll tell you then.
Okay.
Let us help in that process, because we spent years doing this research, working with engineers and university people to work this out very carefully. It's a careful study. The details are there, and we can help. But if you don't engage us, we can't help.
Yeah, I wish you were here the other day when all these worshipers at the altar of the heat pumps were here, telling us the heat pump is the answer to everything. Anyways, thank you ever so much for this work, and I'll try to push this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Ann Carey for our Kids Toronto. After that, after Ann is Anita Kozhik of Plant-Based Treaty. and two speaker. Oh, Emily Ma, I am sorry. Emily Ma of the Toronto Environment Alliance. Are you here, Emily? I see you. Come on over. And after Emily is Anne and Anita.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Chow and members of the Executive Committee. My name is M.A. Ma. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Environmental Alliance. On behalf of T, I would like to applaud the work that has been done to date on the Climate Change Resilience Work Plan and the direction to develop a Climate Change Adaptation Action Plan. Municipalities across Canada have developed or are in the process of developing climate adaptation strategies. We urgently need a climate adaptation action plan for Toronto to keep our communities safe as we increasingly experience extreme weather and climate-related hazards, as outlined in the Climate Change Risk and Vulnerability Assessment. This is also a tremendous opportunity to launch a city building project that unites us around a shared vision and goals. Our experience working with our partner crew in St. Jamestown on the Neighborhood Heatwave Response Project has shown us that climate resilience work has multiple benefits, including building local leadership capacity, connecting residents with their neighbors, and creating preparedness for different types of emergencies. In addition, this work helps residents build deeper relationships with the City of Toronto and community agencies as we come together to develop solutions. The city's experience with Transform TO serves as a strong foundation for developing the Adaptation Action Plan. While Transform TO is a city-led initiative, the work done in its inception and foundational stages enabled the plan to be shaped by residents, grassroots groups, and community organizations in collaboration with the city, not just to obtain their input or secure their buy-in. This is a key reason why support for Transform TO is still going strong. We hope that the process to develop the Adaptation Action Plan will build on these practices. However, I must note that there are important ways in which the city can do better this time. As previously acknowledged, Transform TO did not center relationships and decision-making with Indigenous rights holders from the onset. The report identifies that the city's climate resilience work is an opportunity for the city to build on its subsequent work and uphold and implement the commitments it has made to adopting the Reconciliation Action Plan and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We firmly believe that climate adaptation requires an all-of-city approach, and we are pleased to see the clear focus on interdivisional roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities in this report. We are encouraged to note that the Oversight Table for Climate Resilience, composed of city division heads with representation from each city service area, will be established in 2026. Lastly, this report describes that climate equity and climate justice must be the key principles underlying Toronto's approach to climate resilience. This is why bringing forward a strong plan to enable Toronto's communities to participate in developing the Adaptation Action Plan, especially those most impacted by extreme weather, is critical. Toronto must include clearly identifying which elements of the plan can be shaped together with communities. We look forward to collaborating with the City of Toronto, together with community partners on this important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, M.A. Thank you for your leadership. And Carrie, for our Kids Toronto. And Anita, motion to extend to just to finish the 3 or 4 more. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed, carry. Anne, are you here? Are you online? Speak up. Oh, you're there. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then Anita and Jacinda and Lynn Adamson. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Anne Keary. I serve as the co-chair of Toronto Climate Action Network, an umbrella organisation of over 70 climate groups across the city.
May I trust you to get closer to the mic?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'm a member of the parent climate advocacy group for Our Kids Toronto. And it's in that capacity I speak today on the climate resilience and adaptation reports. There is much in these reports that I really welcome: the recognition of urgency, the recognition of climate injustice and the need to protect the most vulnerable, the commitment to working with communities, particularly Indigenous communities, Lease strategy, which is great, but they're not mentioned in this report and little mentioned in the others. Why are we ignoring the kids? If understanding vulnerability today and preparing tomorrow and not listening to, if we're understanding vulnerability today and not preparing tomorrow and not listening to youth voices, that's a problem. Children and youth are among the most vulnerable to our fossil fuel-driven climate crisis, especially children in low-income and racialised communities, and they will bear a disproportionate burden of climate impacts over the course of their lives. They are and will be especially vulnerable to climate-related health harms from air pollution and heat. They are also experiencing worsening mental health as a result of climate change. In a recent survey, 78% of Canadian youth reported that climate change was affecting their overall mental health, and 71% felt betrayed by their governments. We need to do better. But we also know that young people want to get involved and get to work on projects that address climate change and support climate justice and resilience work. These were the findings of a youth climate engagement strategy that was commissioned by the city itself. So I urge the city to give explicit consideration to children and youth in their adaptation and resilience planning and involve them in this work. This brings me to a second omission. In all the report's recommendations on collaboration, there is only one mention of schools and school boards. The city and school boards are already collaborating on other programs. The school food program, thank you, Mayor Chow. Toronto Public Health works with the school boards on the Toronto Health
May I
School
trouble you
Strategy.
to wrap up?
Sure. So
3 minutes up.
let's expand the work to engage young people and involve our school boards. School boards are already doing work on climate adaptation and resilience. Encourage collaboration.
Thank you so much. Great. Anita, you're online. Go for it. Open up your mic. I'm going to start your time.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the campaign coordinator for Plant-Based Treaty. Even if fossil fuels were phased out today, food alone would take our climate to above 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius targets. The global food system is the single largest greenhouse gas emitting sector in the world, responsible for more than a third of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So from a city perspective, we need to consider consumption-based emissions and not just production. And I know the City of Toronto's making some headway on that. We have a methane emergency. The global food system is responsible for 54% of methane emissions. 36% of all methane emissions come from animals raised for food. 10% from rice cultivation, 8% from food waste. The global food system is also transgressing 5 planetary boundaries, including climate, but also land use, biodiversity, fresh water use, nitrogen and phosphorus systems, and so forth, as well as ocean acidification. If you look at the efficiency of the food system, if you look at animal products, they provide only 18% of global calories, yet are responsible for 83% of farm land use. So it's an incredibly inefficient system, and it's, we have a problem of urban sprawl, but agricultural sprawl is a far bigger problem. In terms of low-cost food, it's very important to emphasize whole food, plant-based. And in 2003, the World Health Organization recommended that a daily intake of at least 400 grams of fruits and vegetables. That's 5 servings a day. The plant-based health professionals in the UK suggest at least 5 portions of a variety of fruits and vegetables a day, but optimally eating as much as 10 portions a day for additional benefits for health. So that would be 400 to 800 grams of fruits and vegetables. If you look at the per capita consumption of fruits and vegetables in Canada, it's well below 5 servings for adults as well as children. And it's partly responsible for the rise in chronic disease. With respect to plant-based treaties, city endorsements in other countries, as well as in Canada, cities have agreed to, for example, vegan Fridays in public institutions in Amsterdam. They've also agreed to a 60-40 ratio of plant-based
May
versus
I ask
animal.
you to wrap up, please? Your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, yeah, and so what I would recommend is an emphasis on the on a plant-based food system, and to prioritize education as well as procurement.
Thank you so much. Okay. Next speaker, also from the same organization, Jacita McDonald. Are you here? You have 5 minutes, and then Lynn McDonald, if you're here. Sorry, Lynn Adamson, if you're here, you may be online. Please get it ready. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think you said 5, but it's
3 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Many thanks to the Executive Committee and City staff for your important work. My name is Jacinta McDonald. I live in Toronto with my 27-year-old son. We care about animals, our health, the environment, and we eat a plant-based diet to support all of those causes. I'm a city campaigner with the Plant-Based Treaty. Since launching in 2021, plant-based treaty teams have secured the support of close to 70 cities around the world. In southern Ontario, Brampton, Caledon, Mississauga, Richmond Hill, Vaughan, support the treaty and are including major public education in their signing on to the plant-based treaty. For example, Brampton launched a plant-based food awareness week this year during Earth Month. I would like to say that Toronto's climate resilience work plan is excellent. I support it and I hope that you do as well. Toronto has to make bold decisions by adapting as many high priority items as possible. In the section on cost of living, it states that climate change is driving up the cost of groceries and Toronto imports most of its food from outside the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Therefore, we need to find opportunities for more urban farms, like the amazing Thorncliffe Park Urban Farmers Group, the Stop Community Food Centre, and Toronto Urban Growers. A TTC ad campaign could educate the public and potentially lessen the risk of diet-related diseases, which lead to high costs for employers, hospitals, and those who are affected greatly due to a genetic predisposition to diseases. In the section on natural environment, it is mentioned that green spaces are very important in heat-vulnerable neighborhoods. So according to the Safe and Just Earth System Boundaries framework, we need at least 20 to 25% of every square kilometer of urban environments to be covered by greenery for a functioning ecosystem. This is the distance pollinating and beneficial insects travel. Beyond pollination, this will increase the capacity for improved pest and disease control, water quality regulation, soil protection, natural hazards mitigation, and recreation. Ensuring tree canopies are abundant in low-income neighborhoods in Toronto will have a temperate cooling effect in these areas, lessen the risk of flooding, and be beneficial for the mental health of those living there. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You. Thank you so much. Lynn Adamson, you online? Last speaker, I don't see you here. I'm going to take the item. Any questions to staff? If not, I am going to move my motion on this. Can you put the motion on the screen, please? What the motion in front of you does is to ask the staff to bring back the bylaw before the first quarter, or first or second quarter before July of next year. And also you will see that there's some suggestions that came from doctors that said that our rooms, our cooling center can be more desirable, more activations. Let's partner with organizations to do that. Our hardship funds application process can be better, and then we can provide more access. We will look at expanding the air conditioners program. It was very successful last year. We will do our part. I thank you to the staff for putting this package together. It's a first step in all the things that we can do. And I see that it's interdepartmental work together, which is very encouraging. We do know that extreme heat, based on what's happened in Vancouver, for example, is extremely dangerous. And we do know that there are more and more heat waves coming because of the climate crisis. So the motion in front of you is pretty straightforward. Let's get this done. We've been talking about it for quite a while. At the meantime, we'll work with Toronto Hydro. We will expand our air conditioning programs, etc. We'll find partners to provide funding for that, and we'll do all of those things prior to the next heat wave coming in next summer. But at the meantime, let's get all those things ready. I've met with Toronto Hydro twice and talked about the grid problem, the issues, and working on it. And let's have this happen because we've been talking about it for quite a while. So those motions are in front of you. Any other speakers? Madam Clerk, what do you need? Okay, item 3, the motions that are from staff, all those in favor, moved by Councillor Bravo, all those in favor, opposed, carry. The second item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, carry. The one that I put the amendment on, which is item 4, my motions, all those in favor, opposed, carry, thank you. Item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, carry. And last item, 28.5, progress and priorities on climate resilience, staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carry. We will be back at 1:30. I have to go and congratulate, and there's a paramedics graduation, and we're hiring them, which is important as we have aging population and growing population. So Deputy Mayor Malik will take my place while I'm gone. Okay? Yeah, no, when she comes back after lunch. If not, maybe Deputy Mayor Ainsley, you can step up and help out. Okay? Thank you so much. Let's take a recess. We'll be back at 1:30.
Back to order. All right, so we're on AX 28.2, status update, implementation of the Ombudsman's recommendations and council directives on the city's response to a vital service outage in a multi-tenant home. And we do have a couple of registered speakers. The first one I'm going to call is Melissa Goldstein. Melissa here or online? Good afternoon, Melissa. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh. Good afternoon. Sorry, I just turned off my phone. All right. The Multi-Tenant Housing Advocacy Group has been raising concerns for years about the lack of appropriate supports for multi-tenant house tenants facing sudden or imminent displacement. City staff were supposed to report back here on recommendations to support multi-tenant house tenants in the event of unexpected closures and/or circumstances that may render their homes uninhabitable, including availability of emergency temporary accommodations for displaced tenants, bylaw changes, creation of new programs, and associated funding requirements as recommended by the Ombudsman and as directed twice by Council. The Ombudsman also recommended they consider whether to update or replace the Rooming House Emergency Response Plan. There are critical gaps related to access to emergency services and displacement prevention that must be addressed. And I'd expected these directives would result in staff considering how to address these gaps, but it didn't. There's still a number of other issues that can render homes uninhabitable and displace multi-tenant house tenants, such as a flood, sewage backup, or a roof caving in, and the city has not established similar protocols for these situations and must do so. The staff report states that Toronto Emergency Management's emergency social service response is provided as per the Emergency Human Services Policy adopted by Council in 2010 and through a contract with the Canadian Red Cross. However, the report also states that only Toronto residents without personal resources, including insurance, are able to receive ESS when displaced in an emergency, and this may exclude sponsored refugees and visitors from support. The Emergency Human Services Policy has no such restrictions on eligibility, and the Canadian Red Cross has a clear policy of providing assistance to anyone who needs it. So it's unclear where this restriction on eligibility came from and why it's considered acceptable. Having an insurance policy does not ensure that a person can access clothes, food, or a safe place to sleep when their home is just burned down, which is precisely why emergency services exist. These eligibility restrictions must be eliminated. The supports EPIC offers after a tenant has been displaced for 14 days appear essentially the same as what Wood Green previously offered displaced tenants through the Rooming House Emergency Response Plan. There are critical differences, however, between the services displaced tenants are provided via the TEM ESS EPIC protocol and the services previously offered by Wood Green. Unlike TEM service, Wood Green services were tenant-centered and accessible to any tenant in Toronto with a housing emergency. Wood Green would respond to a much wider range of issues. It would respond to imminent closures or displacement where emergency displacement prevention support was offered, and not just sudden closures, which are what trigger an ESS response. They would also provide emergency support to tenants displaced for landlord-initiated reasons like an illegal lockout. In addition to acting on referrals from the City and Red Cross, Wood Green's service provision was public-facing. They offered their services through their Housing Help Center and also took referrals from community agencies and members of the public, including from tenants themselves. The Ombudsman made note of this in their report. The important services and supports that Wood Green previously provided multi-tenant house tenants must be provided again by someone, somehow, and they must be similarly accessible. Staff were directed to consider updating or replacing the Emergency Rooming House Response Plan, but they only say they considered it and say nothing about how they considered it or their conclusions. Unless these gaps in services are filled, the planned escalation of enforcement of multi-tenant house license requirements will necessarily produce a dramatic increase in homelessness, much of it preventable, right as we head into the next municipal election. The FMTA's multi-tenant house outreach service, funded via the Toronto Tenant Support Program, is a new service that is supposed to provide...
Melissa, I need you to wrap up. Sorry.
I can end there, thanks.
Okay. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Matlow?
The exemptions that you referred to, have you ever been part of any consultation with staff? Has there ever been any conversation that you're aware of about sort of the rationale behind those exemptions, or any opportunity?
This staff report is the first time I've heard about this process at all, about how, so it was the last week's planning and housing, multi-tenant house item, and then this item is the first that I've actually even seen what the protocol is, details about the protocol, and then this exemption in the protocol. None of it is public facing, so part of the Ombudsman's report was to get more information, I think, to the public about how this works, which also talks about like how inaccessible it is to members of the public to a tenant. You know, if a tenant's displaced, they don't know what programs are in place for them, who to call or anything, and so it's up to city staff then to do these referrals when they respond to an emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, sorry, to get my mic, I have to face this way, but I'm wondering if you've been in conversation with Wood Green themselves, because there is a shift in the way these are being done. It doesn't leave us with nothing. It just is a shift between who's doing what. Have you confirmed the things that you're asserting?
I mean, I know what I've talked to Tracy Murdoch, who used to manage the rooming house response at Wood Green, and so my information about what they offered is from her. My understanding is that that program was shut down in 2022 and that Epic took over, and that's essentially what the staff report says also. So I have not talked to Wood Green since to find out what services they provide.
So Epic has been tipping along serving. Is it that you have an issue with Epic?
I have an issue with the scope of what Epic offers and access to Epic services. So the big difference between what Epic offers and the previous model is that in order to reach Epic service, there needs to be this emergency service emergency social service trigger that's triggered either from Toronto Fire, from buildings, or from MLS in only specific circumstances. And then you can access these services. But if you're a tenant who just finds yourself on the sidewalk because your landlord's closed the door and thrown all your stuff on the street, there's nowhere for you to go, and none of those divisions are responsible for that situation, right?
No, not right. I'll probably speak to it if the chair doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Other questions of the deputy? None? Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Very much appreciated. The next deputant is Waleed Hogali Ali, the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association. Oh, sorry. Yep. We'll go back. I'll go back up.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Waleed Hogali Ali, and I am the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, representing thousands of tenants, families, seniors, and youth who depend on the City of Toronto for safe, fair, and dignified housing. I'm here today to speak to this item and to strongly urge Council to ensure the full implementation and independent monitoring of the Ombudsman's 27 recommendations regarding the City's response to a prolonged vital service outage in a multi-tenant home. Why this matters to tenants across Toronto? Well, the Ombudsman's investigation revealed that tenants lived without heat, power, or hot water for 6 months throughout the winter after fire damaged their building. 6 months, no heat, no electricity, no hot water. Not because systems failed, but because the city failed to uphold the Toronto Housing Charter, failed to uphold administrative fairness, and failed to act with the urgency that these human beings deserved. These tenants' experiences represent a systemic issue that affects many low-income residents, immigrants, seniors, and racialized communities. The city administration has accepted all 27 of the Ombudsman's recommendations, and that is commendable. But acceptance alone is not enough. We have learned from past investigations, including the Ombudsman's report into the city's decision to turn refugees away from shelter beds, that implementation without independent monitoring leads to gaps, delays, and lack of transparency. In his most recent correspondence, Kwame Addo made it clear, council must direct staff to follow the Ombudsman's normal monitoring process. Without that direction, there's no guarantee for tenants or the public that this urgently needed improvements will be fully implemented. Monitoring is not punitive. It is protective. It protects tenants, it protects staff, it protects public trust, and it ensures that the city's commitments are real and measurable. In Regent Park, we have lived experience with displacement, redevelopment, service failures, and systems that have not always worked for our most vulnerable neighbors. We see every day how quickly a housing crisis becomes a health crisis, a safety crisis, and a dignity crisis. So we ask that you direct city staff to engage fully in Ombudsman's normal monitoring process for all 27 recommendations and require clear public progress updates with timelines, milestones, and accountable mechanisms to ensure that lessons from this case inform citywide procedures for multi-tenant homes, vital service outages, and emergency housing responses, especially in equity-seeking neighborhoods. So I just want to close by saying tenants should have never again go 6 months without the services that make a home livable, not in Toronto, not anywhere. And by adopting a monitored implementation process, this committee can restore confidence, uphold the Toronto Housing Charter, and demonstrate a strong commitment to fairness, transparency, and the right to adequate housing. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to strengthening protections for tenants across our city. And that concludes my deputation.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this afternoon. Next is Pablo Escobar from the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. He's online. Okay. Mr. Escobar, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, dear members of the Executive Committee, my name is Pablo Escobar, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness System Barrier to Housing Working Group. I also worked as Wood Green's rooming house policy worker and rooming house emergency response worker, tasked with revising and implementing the rooming house emergency response plan. Overall, the Alliance supports the city's adoption of the 27 recommendations made by the Ombudsman. Also support the transfer of responsibilities for emergency responses in rooming houses from the defunct rooming house emergency response plan to the city and specifically EPIC. There are several essential pieces, however, to emergency responses that were previously in the rooming house emergency response plan that have not been implemented by the city. These include responding to landlord-initiated closures, responding to imminent closures beyond vital service emergencies, open referral process for tenants, and educational outreach to tenants focusing on emergency responses to closures. The old plan also did not include a means test. As described in the city report, the current emergency response is triggered by city-initiated closures. The rooming house emergency response plan not only responded to city-initiated closures, but all closures of rooming houses for whatever reason. These included landlord-initiated closures such as illegal evictions and rent evictions. This type of response is even more important currently, given the risk of closures and displacement due to the implementation of the new regulatory framework for multi-tenant homes and the increased focus on enforcement in 2026. We strongly support the expansion of the current emergency response by the city to include imminent closures due to vital service emergencies. The old plan, however, responded to all imminent closures. This is especially important when dealing with landlord-initiated closures, as there may be an opportunity to stop the closure and subsequent tenant displacement. The old plan could also be triggered by tenants, allowing for immediate responses to sudden and imminent closures. To empower tenants to do so, a flyer describing the program, how to trigger it, and explaining emergency responses was developed by previously displaced tenants. Flyer was distributed through proactive outreach to rooming houses across the city. Finally, the previous plan did not include an official means test. Following an assessment, supports were provided to all tenants based on identified areas of need. So the Alliance recommends that the current response be brought into alignment with the previous rooming house response plan. To do so, we recommend the following: expand the scope of the city's response to include landlord-initiated closures, expand responses to imminent closures to include landlord-initiated closures, provide a mechanism so tenants can trigger a response, implement an outreach educational campaign to rooming house tenants, describing emergency responses to rooming house closures and how to report these. Also, given the risk posed by the implementation of the new licensing framework, we support the response be triggered by loss of dwelling rooms, as opposed to being triggered only by the sudden or imminent closure of the whole house. And finally, given the expansion of the scope of the emergency response that we are suggesting, we strongly recommend that the funding match the increased scope for tenant outreach and or to ensure that required resources are in place to effectively respond to closures of multi-tenant houses. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Escobar. Appreciate your time. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time. Our last deputant on this item is Yaroslava Avila Montenegro from the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations. Online? Okay.
Yep. Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. I hope folks can hear me.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. So the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations welcomes the city's ongoing efforts to strengthen tenant protections, particularly for vulnerable residents of multi-tenant housing. This often overlooked group disproportionately includes seniors, newcomers, migrant workers, people with disabilities, and individuals facing addiction and mental health challenges. So in light of the report given by the staff earlier this week, the FMTA would like to highlight the following recommendations: to continue to improve city legislation and MLS standing operating procedures through a lens of housing as a human right as the first priority, to build a thorough system and agency-backed channels to track and implement solutions to tenant outcomes, and increase funding to TTSP and other community service providers to expand and deepen the array of supports for all displaced tenants. So we heard from the report in May of 2025, urgent calls to be able to improve MLS operating procedures, and by treating housing as a human right, would be able to enhance emergency services and ensuring accountability. We acknowledge the MLS's initial efforts and encourage the executive committee to enact further changes to embed this right in Toronto's legislation. The Canadian Human Rights Commission frames housing as a human right through actual recommendations directing governments to progressively improve housing policies and protect vulnerable tenants. We urge the city to not only adopt this framework, but to ensure that housing as a human right, as much as to ensure that housing is a human right as much in practice as it is in speech. This means the city and all levels of government must leverage all resources to mitigate the harshest effects of the housing market, including ensuring secure, affordable, and culturally appropriate and accessible housing for all. Specifically, the Ombudsman stresses that MLS must track tenant outcomes comprehensively to be effective. To truly prevent displacement, tracking must extend beyond the vital services outages to include all cases, such as rooming house closures and 12 and 13 evictions, and harassment-based removals, so vulnerable tenants do not face repeated rights violations. As a primary point of contact, MLS should also collaborate across city divisions and with community partners to close the gaps and ensure complete information guide service improvements. As well as, while we support the use of mechanisms like STAR, more direct channels between MLS and agencies are needed to fully address tenant needs. Warm referrals, for example, would help assist tenants whose situations fall outside the STAR table's necessary but strict criteria. This would ensure agencies like ours are set up to succeed and ensure that no one is left behind. It's for this reason that closing these service gaps requires increased investment across the whole housing sector, enhancing the EPIC program for immediate relief, bolstering nonprofit providers, and crucially expanding the TTSP program through the 2026 budget. The strategic expansion will help us build capacity to deliver thorough, culturally appropriate case management and eviction protection, reducing barriers to service for tenants across the city, and through collaboration with the city divisions and community partners, no tenant should ever be left behind in the cold. So thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It's very much appreciated. That brings us to the end of the deputants for this item. We're going to move on to questions of staff. Councillor Bravo, and then I saw Councillor Perks, and then Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. This report does make good progress at identifying how to better support multi-tenant housing residents displaced because of a vital services emergency or a situation like a fire. And I want to signal that I appreciate the hard work of staff. I do have questions about the trigger for EPIC, and some of the deputants have signaled this. How does it work with tenants displaced due to multi-tenant operator sales, conversions, or other changes from enforcement of multi-tenant housing bylaws? And what emergency supports are in place for those tenants, considering residents in multi-tenant housing have challenges finding other affordable accommodation? Can they access the Emergency Social Services Program through TEM, Toronto Emergency Management?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Clearly, as you see in the report, our focus is really on upstream intervention and education. So we have FMTA and others deployed to provide information proactively to residents of multi-tenant housing. Excuse me, to ensure that they have the support and education required so they can exercise their rights and get support if necessary. If there was a displacement related to closure of multi-tenant housing, we have a robust service framework for tenant supports that we didn't have in the past. We've got the Toronto Tenant Support Program, we have Rent Bank, we have EPIC, and we have housing hubs that are located geographically across the city, which can help individuals who are in those circumstances access resources and support that are needed for them to secure either their existing housing or support them to find new housing.
Thanks. So I hear in the deputants that maybe there's some need for better communication around this. Has the protocol that's outlined in this report and that you've just described been shared with members of the public, particularly organizations that may be supporting, serving, or in some way interfacing, so like, in a very targeted way, so that people most impacted understand what's available to them?
Yes, certainly, and I think as the Ombudsman report pointed out, there are some improvements that the Housing Secretariat and other divisions can make in its policies, its standard operating procedure, where discretion can be advised, and importantly, to make that information available to the public. So we are in the process of working with the Ombudsman's office on those recommendations. They are targeted to be completed by the end of the year, and small inputs such as an update to the website have already been completed. So that information will be forthcoming. And of course, we're open if someone has questions, concerns, or wants to converse about how we can improve this moving forward. We're open to that dialogue. We have a great connection and partnership with our community partners who also hear that feedback and regular dialogue. So this is an ongoing process. We're going to continue to advance and improve above and beyond the recommendations that are outlined in this report.
So you don't need any more direction. This is about the next phase of implementing what's been recommended by the Ombudsman and what you yourself recognize are changes that need to be made.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. My last question is about what work might be done currently or is planned to be done to collect data on tenant displacement in multi-tenant housing, whether due to vital service emergency, fires, or displacement caused by the operator choosing to sell or change operations. Is there anyone right now at the city that's set up to capture that data and eventually for that data to be shared and released?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. When it comes to evictions or things that are not related to the things that you've described there is limited data that we can collect on that. Part of the limited data is because the province does not collect that data, and although we've asked for it, we were unable to get any data from the province.
Can you speak up a little
Last
for
question, Councillor.
Our older people,
My apologies.
including me?
So on evictions like that, there is limited data, and that's been a concern for us in being able to collect that data and be able to form policies around it. There is some data that's available that's collected by the Toronto Tenant Support Program. However, that data is sort of volunteer-based, and it's not very descriptive of the wider problem. We are committed with other divisions to collecting better data on displacement. This is especially an issue in unlicensed multi-tenant houses. where it's a lot harder to sort of gauge when people are coming in and out of that multi-tenant house or whether it continues to be a multi-tenant house. But we are committed to improving our collection of data and reporting back through yearly reports to council on that data.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the Housing Secretariat. So I used to have to work with the Wood Green Protocol, and I guess I'm remembering it differently than some do. But my experience was that it did not offer the suite of services that we currently offer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what enhancements do we have that didn't exist when Wood Green was in the role that the Red Cross is now in?
Back in 2022 in the Shelter Support and Housing, my team moved over to the Housing Secretariat. EPIC also came over, and it provided us an opportunity through the grants call in 2022 to recast our tenant support programs, recognizing the increasing need of tenants. We launched enhancements to EPIC, to the rent bank. We reframed the Toronto Tenant Support Program, and we grew those teams. So we now have 12 drop-in housing help centers across the city. EPIC has moved from a city-owned team to a team of city-operated plus 5 additional community-based partnerships. So our span, our depth, and the breadth of service for tenant supports has increased. At that time, with EPIC coming over, it provided the continuity and skill set required to replicate and enhance what was being contracted through Wood Green previously. So I think 5 years on, we are in a better position to respond better, faster, and more meaningfully with a suite of programs and services operated by city staff and with a network of community agencies, all aimed to help people find, maintain housing.
And in those days, if someone was, locked out of a rooming house or otherwise lost their housing in a non-fire circumstance, there was no, it wasn't posted in every rooming house in the event of losing your tenure, call Wood Green. Mostly what happened is people contacted the city and then we referred them. Is that how it worked?
I'm speaking a bit secondhand because it wasn't there at the time, but that's my understanding, Councillor.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in my office referring people. Can people access that larger suite of services that you just described by calling 311?
311 will connect individuals with a housing help center closest to the location, and those referral, they have the ability to refer based on an intake assessment of needs.
Okay. So in summary, it is easier to find the service than it used to be. The service is bigger in terms of the number of people it can work with, and the kinds of services that we offer are deeper.
That's correct, Councillor, but I wouldn't want to dismiss the findings of the Ombudsman report and the improvements that...
Oh, no, I know. In terms of the emergency piece, the Ombudsman's work was very important in the steps you're taking. I want to make sure I understand, because some deputants have been raising larger questions than that, what the Ombudsman's report was after. And in terms of those larger questions, just to reiterate, it's easier to find the service. The service has a larger capacity and it offers more in-depth programming.
That's correct. And I think we will continue to work, evaluate, and improve our suite of services moving forward to make best effective the resources to help as many people as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow, questions of staff?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Goldstein raised concerns regarding exemptions to one's ability to pay for it themselves if they have insurance, etc. And I just wonder if staff could provide some rationale, given that sometimes one's employment status or doesn't tell the full story of what their ability is, including even the details of the terms of their insurance, or if they're worried that their premiums are going to go up, what have you. But why wouldn't it be as simple as that if your home is uninhabitable and you can't live in it, we provide support?
Thank you for the question. when we have displaced residents, the first thing we do is we bring them in through Red Cross. Red Cross is engaged, and they ask them a lot of different questions. They find out what their vulnerabilities are. Do they have insurance? And for the first 72 hours, they're put up in a hotel. And during that time period, we engage the Housing Secretariat and Social Development and multiple other different resources to try and identify the best way to help people. And then we also have to put them in, are you insured versus not insured? And then what does that mean? And so I can say that we actually do bring in insurance experts to help them through their insurance to understand it. And in a lot of the cases, people are insured and they have access and they just don't understand walking through. So that's some of the stuff we help them walk through.
Have you, has the city ever denied access to anyone who did have insurance? And perhaps, or let me rephrase that, denied providing the support to people who had insurance but perhaps had doubts about whether or not that insurance would either cover them, or you were concerned about perhaps the cost of the insurance going up if they used it?
We go case by case basis and what their insurance is. We give them opportunity and help to actually access their insurance and understand it. And at the end of the day, if they have insurance, then, based on the case, their insurance the accommodation will be stopped.
Sorry, the accommodation will be stopped. So, like, for example, let's say that there's a reason why their home is uninhabitable, and they need to be put up like that night, somewhere warm. Do they have to go through all this, the paperwork right then, or are they provided a hotel room and then sort of after the fact are they sort of worked with to arrive at whether or not they need our supports?
If it actually meets a trigger and Toronto Emergency Management is called, Toronto Emergency Management immediately engages the Red Cross, and we set up, whether it's a large scale, where it be community center, or if it's smaller scale, we would immediately set up hotel rooms. We give them access to, food and toiletries and that types of things.
Now, there have been some concerns around the protocol, concerns raised around exemptions, concern raised around whether or not we limit access to supports with our definition of vital services. There have been concerns raised. What work has city staff done with engaging advocates and agencies and other organizations that might want to be part of this conversation as the work progressed toward this committee meeting? Has there been consultation? Has there been work like that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. I'll start with the Housing Secretariat perspective, and maybe my colleagues can append, but the Housing Secretariat did bring this file for discussion through both the Human Rights Advisory Committee and the Tenant Advisory Committee.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Other questions of staff on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because we do have the housing table, the Housing Rights Advisory. Where are you? Behind me. We have the two tables. So all of that, the councillors asked, should we set up a different conversation? But those are actually two tables that we've set up in order to have those kinds of conversations, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
And were there any modifications that were suggested or agreed to that you've left out?
Through the chair, there has been a presentation to both of these groups that gives a high overview of the report. Because it's just before committee and council, we weren't able to get into all of the details of it. We have committed to continue working with both TAC and HRAC, as well as other tenant groups, including the Toronto Tenant Support Program, to continue to improve the programs.
But I'm sure you get a lot of input, so this isn't here green. There's been a conversation already, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
And thank you very much for that work. I just wanted to go back. One of the deputants talked about EPIC and the small amount of dollars that people can get. But I won't call them small. For them, they're significant. If you are being behind on your rent and then you get an N4, there's probably nothing as shocking as that. So are you seeing an increase in this kind of problem where there's people falling behind on their rent?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. It is fair to say, and I don't have the bifurcation of the unit sizes or housing types, but we have seen a year-over-year increase in demand for the rent bank.
And if, I guess the next step, if you're, and how do you look at that? So somebody's just 1 month behind. If somebody's deep thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, that might not be a case for the rent bank, but missing one payment has to catch up a bit. That would be what the rent bank would assist with, so you can stay on track and stay in your home.
Yeah, exactly, Councillor. That's the intent of the program, to manage rental arrears on a one-time manner for households who've fallen behind in rent, so they can stabilize and get back on their feet.
Do you have any idea how many people that you have assisted to stay in their home? And when you're saying, are there, of all the people that you've helped, are there a certain number that didn't make it? Do you have a data on that, the number of people that were able to stabilize and come back and continue their rent payments and maintain a home? Yeah,
I'd say the program is extremely successful, not in all cases. We do have, we're approaching year to date. I think the projection is we're going to eclipse 1,000 households supported this year. And we do have more fulsome data, Councillor, that I could get you offline about the amounts, the average amounts, how many households, and how many didn't qualify who did apply. But our commitment to Council has been we prioritize the rent bank to ensure we have enough funding to support the eligible applications that come through each year.
I guess I'm just trying
Last question, Councillor.
Sort out, and it would be great to get that for Council, but of the 1,000 families, is everybody still on track? I'm sure a few, unfortunately, just didn't make it. But
yeah,
are you pretty confident that that intervention has now changed lives?
That intervention has changed lives, and I did misquote. It's not 1,000. It's going to be 2,800 this year that we're going to support.
Did you say 28?
2,800 year-end projections on the rent bank. And we do not see a lot of repeat customers. So that tells me that it is an effective program on stabilizing individuals. And if we do have a repeat customer, because we have that basket of services, they're referred over to EPIC to make sure that any underlying issues that could be affecting their housing stability are managed and addressed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers?
Well, if someone comes in,
Any speakers?
they refer them to.
Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher?
I just want to follow up on what Mr. Rollins has said and just say it's just quite something that year to date, 2,800 people have received assistance through the rent bank or have been promoted to EPIC. But when you think of the number of people that were in trauma, in distress because they're behind on their rent, and what the worst case scenario is having to leave their home, I think that's an amazing number for not that much of an investment. And I don't know what is in the budget, but whether or not we need to look at including a little bit more for 2026, because we know that things are getting tougher. Our main goal here in helping tenants, and I think that we've shown through Councillor Perks' questions that we actually do an exemplary job, is to make sure people are in their homes, not in the system, the other system, which is the shelter system or in an encampment. They're in their homes, they're able to manage, they're stabilized, and they're living well. I can't stress the importance of that as an investment, because the cost of the other side of that is quite astronomical. And I have to just say what an important job that was done by Mr. Rollins and Ms. Blackstock in helping tenants who got into a very big pit in East York and coming up, negotiating with the company, negotiating with the one of the large landlord representatives to actually reduce and end their payment. It was an amazing amount of work. I don't think we can thank our staff enough for the work that they do in intervening with tenants and helping people stabilize in the worst case in their life. I will just say, when you are behind a few days, it doesn't get withdrawn from your bank account because most of it is automatic withdrawal. And you automatically get an N4, which says you might be evicted because you haven't paid your rent. There is nothing more terrifying than that N4, because most tenants have paid their rent loyally, well, for years and years, and they're simply, they're embarrassed that they're getting this letter. They're upset. And I just think that the work that our staff does in helping tenants, and not just our staff, but all of the organizations, and I want to thank FMTA for being here. I want to thank Acorn for being such a strong advocate on everything, that it takes a lot to keep people living well and keep them in their homes. And whatever we have to do that, I certainly support us doing that, including any more dollars that we might find, Councillor Carroll, to support tenants in a rent bank this year in difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Carroll, you wanted to speak?
I did, but not to announce money. No, I was just looking across the aisle at my colleague Councillor Matlow, and we were doing the math. Because really, and this is just the people who get into the worst types of crises. I'm not even talking about people being ongoingly addressed through STAR, but at 2,800, I'm assuming that's probably data that dates to November, not to December. So, you know, if we want to go with 11 months, that's about 250 crises a month. So while I know they're not evenly distributed, that means this should be meaningful to all of us, because that means 10 absolute crises per ward per month, which feels like we're just running to keep up with the crisis. But I do want to say, because I may have seemed like I was being harsh towards our deputant, but it is important that we speak accurately to what we are doing to support people, because the biggest challenge is making sure that people know that our support is there and that we do partner with organizations. What happens in the Housing Helps Office is amazing. And, you know, I used to be sending people to Scarborough to find housing helps for places as far away as in the Peanut, which was a challenge. And we now have Housing Helps Office in different locations. And that is all towards all of the programs that we can't discount, that where so many partners and our own STAR program are helping really complex cases try to avoid getting to that crisis, that where 250 a month is far too many. And so I think we have to be really careful to make sure that we're getting out the accurate information, that the Ombudsman is getting an accurate picture of how well we are trying to address the recommendations. And it's really important that they understand we're not tinkering. We're not tinkering. We are stepping up to the challenge they put out before us, and we're serving. And so if anyone out there thinks that it isn't happening, you owe it to yourself to come in and talk to the councillor in advance of a meeting like this, because if you're concerned that nothing's happening to address the recommendations, you need to know. And certainly your local councillor or a councillor you feel comfortable talking to can make clear what is happening. And this certainly updates us all. By the time this goes through council, 25 councillors whose constituents are all facing these crises, if they've read this report, they'll know what the answers to the questions should be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I do need somebody to move receipt for information. Councillor Perks to speak?
Yeah.
Would you like to move it for information as well?
Pardon me?
I need somebody to move receipt for information.
I'll move receipt for information.
Thank you. Sorry, or staff?
I'll move the staff recommendations. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
So it is awful right now if you are a low-income person trying to get and maintain housing in the city of Toronto. That can't be disputed. And it is also the case that there are quite a few predatory landlords out there, and that they take advantage of vulnerable people, and when they've, you know, taken all their money, they toss them to the curb. These are truths. That's not the piece we were supposed to be dealing with today. What we're supposed to be dealing with today is a very important piece of work the Ombudsman did on a failure for some rooming house tenants where critical life safety services were not available. I think the staff work to address that problem, meets the challenge the Ombudsman put in front of this council, and congratulate them on that, and we're going to continue to watch. But I think it's important also to think about why this crisis exists. We have to remember that the social assistance payments people receive from the province of Ontario are not adequate to pay rent. I think it's important to remember that the minimum wage in this province does not give people enough income to get market housing. I think it's important to remember that the province of Ontario is pretty much absent, next thing to absent, on our work to build more supportive and affordable rental housing in the city of Toronto. There are structural reasons, choices that the province of Ontario has made that have put so many Torontonians at risk. And I, for one, am proud of what this council has done in the last few years, couple or 3 years, to step up and fill in that responsibility, because we as a council understand that nobody should be left behind in a city that has the kind of wealth we have. There is always more to do. But one day a reckoning has to come. One day the province of Ontario, which has responsibility for landlord-tenant disputes, which has responsibility for health supports, which has responsibility for supportive housing, which has responsibility for the wages people make in the province of Ontario. A reckoning has to come where we no longer structurally create housing insecurity in the province of Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. So we have the recommendations before us. All in favor of the recommendations? That carries. Councillor Cole, you held item number 31. Did you want to release that now, or? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. As you know, there was quite an event held last week in Washington with U.S. President Trump and the Prime Minister of Canada there, the President of Mexico was there, and they announced the schedule. And as you know, Canada is in a group with, it's called Group B, with Qatar and Switzerland. And then we will also be in a group that's subject to a playoff. It's the UEFA group. The playoff will be in March, so we won't know the other member of Group B until March, where there's a playoff taking place. And the anticipation and excitement is that one of the teams that's vying for a spot is Italy. As you know, we have over 1.5 million Italians or Italian origins in the Greater Toronto Area, so they're anxiously awaiting to see if Italy gets in. But they're in a playoff, and who knows what's going to happen. And also they announced the match schedule, just to let you know the games that are staged here in Toronto. There'll be certainly the first game will be with Canada facing the UEFA playoff winner. And we'll see who that is. Then on Wednesday, June 17th, it'll be Ghana versus Panama. And then Saturday, there'll be Germany versus Cote d'Ivoire. And then Tuesday, we'll have Croatia versus Panama. And as you know, there's a lot of Croatian fans here in the GTA, to say the least. All of Mississauga will be empty. And then on Friday, we have, Friday, June 26th, we have Senegal versus the FIFA playoff winner. So again, that's what the announcement is. The interesting thing is that the first game, they anticipate there'll be 2 billion people watching the game. So that's more people that would be tuned into Toronto than in its history. 2 billion people from every corner of the globe will be watching Toronto at that day. And then again, so there's a lot of work going on. There's a lot of building at Toronto Stadium. We're building community pitches across the city. I think we've got 4 confirmed. There'll be a legacy thing. And we also, in each one of your wards, there's a venue now. A nonprofit group has been named as the host of that venue for an activity. I don't know, what are they doing in Davenport? I'm not sure. Because I've got one at the Columbus Center in my ward. So anyways, right across the city. And we're going to do more venues later on. But then, and just on a side note, I just want to apologize on behalf of, and I've got nothing to do with them, but on behalf of FIFA, that there was a bit of a butchering of some countries by the great former Canadian hockey player, Wayne Gretzky, who mispronounced a couple of names of teams. And we just want to say to all the people associated with Curacao or with Macedonia that Wayne really isn't that well-versed in geography. He's too busy playing golf with the president to really keep up to date. But anyways, I just want to say we hope the best for Curacao and the best for Macedonia when they're in the playoff. So, okay, so anyways, that's the update, and I'll move approval.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I believe Councillor Bravo has a rebuttal.
It's not a rebuttal, Chair, but I did want to take a minute only to say, while FIFA as an organization should and has received massive amounts of criticism, and I think this World Cup, with the participation of our neighbor to the south, the award to Trump, and it's just an enactment of things that aren't representative of the game itself. We call it the beautiful game because, as Pele said, the ball is round, it's simple, it can bounce anyway, and it's one of the easiest things to play. Kids play it in the schoolyard with an empty container. They make a rag ball. Sometimes they can afford a ball. It's played every day by all genders and all ages in the city of Toronto and in Canada. I refute that it will be 2 billion people, probably more like 4 billion that will be watching, Deputy Mayor. And this is a beautiful opportunity for us to show the massive diversity in the city, our engagement in this game, and the community activations are really a wonderful way to celebrate. Even if you can't afford to go to the stadium, we can afford to be part of this. And don't forget that Davenport is the place where all of the best celebrations happen, whether it's on St. Clair West or Dundas West. I will see you there no matter what flag you're waving.
Thank you, Councillor. Excellent words for something that wasn't a rebuttal. All right, so we have the recommendations before us to receive this report. The Executive Committee received the report for information. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. And our next item is number 9. EX 28.9, 2026 Interim Water and Wastewater Consumption Rates and Service Fees. We have 2 registered speakers. The first one is Paul Scribner from the Toronto Industry Network. Mr. Scribner, you have the floor for 3 minutes. And is that Steve Lissenberg with you?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Paul Scrivener, and I'm the Director of External Relations for TIN, and with me is my associate, Norm Cheeseman. And we're pleased to be here today. And what our subject is we would like and respect...
Sorry, Mr. Scrivener, I got to pause you for a moment. We're good? Yep, sorry. My apologies. Go ahead. I didn't think we had quorum there. Go ahead.
So the clock is still running?
I'll even start it again for you.
Thank you. So, you know who we are, and we're pleased to be here. It's been a very interesting morning. And I think what we're asking for is in tune with that, and that is we would like the Block 2 water rate for large water users, industrial water users, rolled back by 5% in 2026 going forward, which translates to a differential between the Block 1 and the Block 2 water rates of 35%. And the reason for that is that the Block 2 rate's been in existence since 2007, and it's an instrument of economic development policy designed to encourage investment and to retain business in the city. And we have to remind, and there's a number of businesses in TIN that are large water users that benefit from this Block 2 arrangement. And it's a common practice in many, many municipalities to have this differential. And it's important to know that not only are there large manufacturers, but they indeed support a wide range of smaller businesses who are either direct customers or suppliers. And for every manufacturing job, there are about 3 to 5 other jobs in the city dependent on that company. The manufacturing community in Toronto is facing challenges as it is elsewhere. A number of our companies are doing quite well, thank you. Others, this has been a very flat year, and some others have been doing cutting back because they've been losing market, especially those who export to the United States. And we're feeling pressure from not only things like the Trump effect, but also stuff like land use issues, the incursions of sensitive uses into manufacturing space, supply chains, and the challenge of operating in a competitive and uncertain world. And I remind everybody that we stayed open during the pandemic, and we help support Toronto Water and the city by being there, paying our taxes, and employing people. We understand there are costs associated with this request, but we think it's a very, very important gesture, and it goes along with other things that have been done by Mayor Chow and others to support Toronto's businesses, and we are grateful for those. And we look forward to any help you can give us. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Cole.
Yes, Mr. Scrivener, could you just explain again what this block system is?
Okay.
It's just in Canadian Tire English, okay?
Canadian Tire English, I know. So we all, homeowners and others, shopping malls and so on, pay a Block 1 rate. And large water users, and I think there's 120 of them in the city, Atlantic Packaging, Irving Tissue, Red Pass Sugar, Sanofi Pasteur, and so on, they pay a differential of currently 30% off the rate, the Block 1 rate. And that's in recognition that they use this water for manufacturing processes. It's used to make paper, it's used for cooling, a whole variety of things, which are essential to make that product. And so it's a very important economic tool. And we're trying to find ways to try and lower input costs right now because manufacturing is under pressure. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, it does. I get it. Yes. Yeah, whereas the average homeowner or whatever, we use retail amount of water, and we're looking to help people who use vast amounts of water that creates employment and creates necessary manufactured goods, etc. I get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And then next deputant is Steve Lissenberg. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Steve Eisenberg for the record, ISENBERG. Pardon me. Just here to share a perspective from that of a landlord, multi-unit residential. I just want everyone in the room to know that our water bill, I just pulled up our financial statements, is $122,000. It's just $10,000 less than our tax bill, and it's the largest single item. The leases permit us to offload through submetering those costs to our tenants, which we're trying really hard not to do to maintain affordability. So we're absorbing that. And there really isn't much more room, given the cost of capital and maintenance for multi-unit residential buildings, to absorb more water costs. It's a big item, and it's nearly double our heating costs and 40% higher than electricity. Just stating that for the record so everyone's aware. That's what it looks like from our perspective, trying to help our tenants out. That's it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you coming in this afternoon. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Cole.
Is there anything that the city might be able to do in terms of investing in certain technologies that could be used to basically reduce consumption, reduce wasting water, or a way of educating Toronto residents about the thoughtless use of water and wasting water?
Thank you, Councillor Cole. It's a great question. From time to time, there have been programs run by the city to monitor and help out, to find waste, etc. There have been incentives to replace fixtures, toilet showers, etc. I haven't checked in the last 6 months, but when I checked last, they didn't exist any longer. And every little bit counts. And I appreciate the question, and we would take any bit of support. It doesn't have to be financial, it would just be even someone coming in to help us audit our water usage would be extremely useful. And yeah, an education program for the tenants, of course.
I know that internationally there's some monitoring systems which basically look at leakage within the system, whether it be within a multi-res building or in homes or in the city system, that they have all kinds of updated software programs that basically find out where the leaks are and identify those areas where there could be a repair done, etc.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. We monitor our leaks very, very carefully because they manifest in the building itself, right? So we don't have any, but I'm aware of that technology. The bigger issues are we can't monitor in suite, so we don't know when something's left on. We don't know where something's leaking. And yes, that technology does exist and it's readily available, but it does have quite a cost to it, for us anyways. And I would be happy to look at some form of a subsidy to do anything we can do to reduce our water usage. But as it is, we've replaced all our fixtures. We've done everything we can. It's still very, very expensive. The water's really tough. And also, another thing is, we have multiple tenancies from time to time. A lot of people living in one suite and we kind of, listen, it is what it is, but there's a lot of water usage when that occurs. So things are left on. How's that? And it would be great to know where that is. We don't have the ability to monitor that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Carroll, questions of the deputant?
Just a quick question. You said it's $122,000. That's your annual water bill?
That's correct.
And how many units in your building?
70.
70 units in your building.
Correct.
And that's your annual water bill.
That's
so I
correct.
could just take that and then divide it by 12. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Any other questions of the deputants? Saying none. Thank you very much, sir. Much
Thank you again.
appreciated.
Thank you.
We're on to questions of staff. Any questions of staff? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, a question for Mr. DiGeronimo. I do have a motion it's not exactly what was framed by Mr. Scribner, but close, and it's what we can manage. But I wonder if you wanted to just quickly give the overview. There are conditions to being able to avail yourself of the Block 2 discount. There are conditions that businesses have to meet, and conditions that have to describe their business, what the enterprise is. If you wanted to quickly go through that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The program was set up in 2007 when we restructured the water rate. And to qualify for the Block 2 rate, you must be in the industrial classification of manufacturing. You must be using water either within your product or it's an integral part of the production process. And then using a large volume. So you had to be larger than a certain amount and above, up to 5,000 cubic meters. You're paying the same Block 1 rate. It's the amount above that you get a discount on, because we wanted to pay the full rate for what would be considered the domestic use of water, toilets in the office, that kind of stuff. To qualify, you also have to complete a conservation plan that you're using the water wisely, and that you remain compliant with all city bylaws, including sewer use bylaws and any other water supply bylaws. So if you fail to meet any of those, you can be removed off that list. You do have a 3-strike clause. You get warnings, and 3 times you fail to meet that, you can be knocked off of that rate for a period of time. So those are just some of the general parameters you have to follow. So it's very specific, and it's policed by our staff.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. You can put me down to speak, and I'll move them on.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Cole, I see your hand.
Yeah, no, just again, the 2 deputants may give me some food for thought here. To Mr. DiGeronimo, in terms of water conservation, I don't recall seeing any kind of public education or awareness campaign about conserving and not wasting water. Do we have one, or maybe I missed it? I don't know.
Mr. Chair, I'd say you missed it. We had a very aggressive water conservation program that was in place from about 2004 to 2011. We invested.
That's a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. We invested a significant amount of money in that program, from public awareness to incentives to rebates, all kinds of different things. And we had set ourselves a goal to reduce total consumption across the city, number one, to reduce peak demand in the year, and also we were looking at issues of trying to drive down to per capita consumption. We reported back in 2011 that we exceeded all of our targets. So it was an extremely successful program, met all of our objectives, deferred the cost of future infrastructure. So we then paused the continued investment because we didn't need to do that anymore. Total consumption was dropping in the city, even as population growth went up. So we did not see the need to keep putting money into a snowball that was rolling down the hill already, essentially. That was the way we described it. So that's why we don't have those programs, because we've seen excellent participation by residents. And we have, as an example, we used to use about 340 cubic meters per household. When I started, we're down to 230 range per cubic meters per year per household. So significant drop.
So given that the program works so well, do you see maybe a need for doing a new program, maybe not as robust, but as a reminder, refresher? Because I know I'm not thinking of wasting water. I'm running too much water out of my sink. I'm, I've got rid of the grass, by the way. I did that. Everybody should get rid of their grass. But anyways, I've got a naturalized pollinator garden now, everything. But anyways, that's about the only good thing I've done. but I waste a lot of water. So do you think we need reminders to stop wasting this precious resource?
So if we chose to reinvest in some conservation campaigns, my suggestion would be it would be a nominal amount, not the sizable amount like we did last time, because there we had significant savings on deferring infrastructure. That's where the big savings was. We didn't have to build our last treatment plant expansion is large because we lowered the total consumption that was going on in the city. So that has a huge payback for us. We do not see that scenario right now. So as an awareness campaign, that's always a good thing for people to conserve water. It just, I would not recommend investing a lot of money in it, but it could be something that could be added to the program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, speakers, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm going to put the motion on the screen. This speaks to what Mr. Scribner was talking about, except that what we're talking about here for that Block 2 section is while we appreciate the pressure on manufacturing, it needs to be phased. Because as we know, anytime you start to manipulate the rate in water, water is perhaps the most important capital program to keep up with. And anytime you start to manipulate, you're hitting our ability to do that capital. And so it's important that what we do very gradually. So this does go to that 35% place, but over time, so that we don't have to rewrite too much of the capital. In fact, it's a differential this year of $1.6 million. And I think we all know how big the water rate is. Quick history lesson, especially since Councillor Cole raises the old education program. Why did we start an education program on conservation that goes all the way down to the residential user back in 2004? Because what we put before council was a program that said we are grossly undercharging for water in Toronto. In fact, in some neighborhoods, across the neighborhoods, flat rates. And so we said we need to educate people that they can mitigate as we move away from flat rates, but we also need to get up to where we are able to meet our capital needs, able to deal with an aging system, and able to grow. And so we asked of our residents a 9% a year increase for 9 years. It was called the 9/9 program. 9% a year increase every year for 9 years. And miraculously, people, because we explained why we were doing it so well and added some of these extra components, our community went on that journey with us. We heard about it the first couple of years, and that's it. The next 7 years, not so much. Save and accept these large water users. They got a few years into the program and said, we're worried. 9 of the biggest came to us and said, we're not sure we can stay in town unless we have some incentive to stay in town and some way to mitigate the rampant increase over time. We get that you need to be able to do the work, but we need to figure out a way to mitigate this. And so we introduced the Block 2 program so that they would be able to take that over amount they're using, the breweries, the soup companies, and et cetera, et cetera. It's all about manufacturing and industrial, not anything else. But in that section, we introduced this Block 2 calculation for them, and it was phased at that time. So we're now introducing a new percentage. And it too must be phased because we have to protect our ability to do the capital. But if we add to this, what we do is maybe raise the interest of some of the other businesses that could be eligible for Block 2. But what's important is what they will see is that they need to do the environmental piece. There is a policy component that if they do that, we're getting better business practice from them. And those are the only businesses that get to avail themselves of the Block 2 rate. That's why I'm willing to do this. And there was never a more important year to do it. They were challenged, yes, they were challenged in 2007. And we thought, boy, isn't life tough for manufacturers? It doesn't even hold a candle to what manufacturers are facing now. You go to any American border, you'll see no trucks going over there. We need to help these businesses stay afloat and stay in Toronto, and that's why we're taking this measure. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have the amendment by Councillor Carroll. All in favor of the amendment? And any opposed? Item is amended. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And our next item is EX 28.19, 2026 budget allocation for social development plan implementation. We have some registered speakers. The first speaker is Waleed Hogali Ali. Welcome back, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the Executive Committee. My name is Waleed Kogal Ali, and I'm the co-chair of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association, representing one of the most diverse, vibrant, and resilient neighborhoods in our city. And I'm here to speak in strong support of item 28.19, 2026 budget allocations for social development plan implementation, and to urge the city to invest in sustainable, neighborhood-based social development plans citywide. Regent Park is the birthplace of Toronto's social development plan model. In 2007, City Council unanimously adopted the first Regent Park social development plan with 75 recommendations designed to manage social change during the redevelopment from a monotenure social housing neighborhood into a mixed income, mixed use community. The SDP laid the foundation for what we now understand as the pillars of neighborhood success: social cohesion, social inclusion, resident engagement, community safety. In 2019, after extensive resident consultation, the SDP was refreshed and structured around 4 core focus areas: community safety, employment and economic development, community building, and communications. It has since become a living document, guiding neighborhood transformation and supporting more than a decade of measurable progress. The Regent Park SDP continues to demonstrate what is possible when a neighborhood is equipped with strong social infrastructure, coordinated service delivery, and meaningful resident leadership. Between 2019 and 2024, the SDP has supported community safety. We had zero, again, I'm going to say it, zero gun-related homicides in 2023, a milestone that speaks to the effectiveness of coordinated community-based safety strategies. Over 1,000 residents accessing employment, training, or entrepreneurship support through the SDP-aligned programs. More than 300 residents directly engage in leadership tables, working groups, and governance roles. More than 10,000 residents participating in neighborhood festivals, arts programming, consultations, and multicultural events supported under the SDP framework. These results are not theoretical. They are lived realities for families, youth, newcomers, and elders in our community. They show that SDPs don't just make communities safer, they make communities stronger, more connected, and more resilient. Toronto now has 3 social development plans: Regent Park, Lawrence Heights, Alexander Park. And the evidence is clear. SDPs work, they're cost-effective, they build trust, they improve safety, they strengthen equity. Neighborhoods across the city, from Scarborough to Etobicoke to North York, have been calling for SDPs because they recognize the value of coordinated resident-led planning. 29 resident associations represented by FOSTRA have formally called for a citywide expansion of SDPs. And on November 25th, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee unanimously recommended that City Council allocate up to $500,000 annually per neighborhood for SDPs. This recommendation aligns with the Toronto Housing Charter, the Poverty Reduction Strategy, and international equity frameworks. The Toronto Police Service is seeking a $93.8 million increase to its 2026 operating budget. That is equivalent to over $600,000.
Sorry, sir, if I could ask you to wrap up.
Across the city. If Toronto is prepared to contemplate increases of this scale for enforcement, then we must also invest in the prevention equity, and community capacity that social development plans deliver. So our ask is to adopt the recommendations put forward by the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, expand SDP citywide, provide dedicated support, and ensure clear accountability and reporting mechanisms. In conclusion, I urge you to fund the social development plans in the 2026 budget and help build a Toronto where every neighborhood has the tools needed to thrive. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to build a safer, more equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Matlow?
I have a question, Mr. Chair, as well. Thanks.
Waleed, I've seen your involvement in so many community-led initiatives in Regent Park. Could you describe, from the support from the city, how is that bolstered or supported the work that you and your neighbors have done to build a more healthy, safe, and resilient community that that's stronger, and obviously there's less of a need to react to incidents, but actually the ability to prevent incidents from happening in the first place because there's a support for wellness on the ground?
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. There is a proactive approach to community-led governance through the social development plan framework because you have all the parties at the table. There's more collaboration. There's more youth leadership. Right now, we have a youth working group and a seniors working group being developed because there's also themes that are explored through a social development plan. It's a change management model for a reason. And that's because when we have residents that come to the neighborhood, they want to have ownership over their own social development plan. So they influence how it's implemented on the ground. And we know it works, Councillor Matlow. In 2023, this has never happened in our community. And I think every councillor knows that this is important. We had 0 gun-related deaths in Regent Park. And I attribute that through the city's investment in social development plans. And I want to actually acknowledge the great work of a former councillor, Pam McConnell, who led the way in the development of social development plans. Our former councillor, Christine Wong Tam, that led the effort to resource the social development plans. Former Mayor John Tory, who saw the promise of social development plans. I think this crosses all ideological boundaries. It's evidence-based, it is focused, it is resident-led, and when you have 29 neighborhood associations agree on something, people should pay attention to that, right? So that's why I think there's strong support for it from CABRAC, because we also see the benefits of addressing anti-Black racism as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Sorry, Councillor Morley, I see your hand.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one. Thanks, Waleed, for joining us today for your deputation. You gave the excellent example of the work that has been accomplished in the region. And I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more about the time that it took to get to a solid plan that was in fact resident-led and coordinated across city services. What has that experience been like for the community in the last few years? And how long would you say it took to get to the outcomes and results that you mentioned, specifically in 2023?
Excellent question, Deputy Mayor Amber Morley. I would like for you and your colleagues on council and all our staff to just appreciate how much staff time was spent in supporting residents get to this point. Social development plans have been discussed or put into practice over 15 years. So it took about a 15-year period of investments and support from our city, but from also a lot of stakeholders, folks in the non-for-profit sector. And it was resourced for about 5 years. So the first year of resourcing for the Regent Park Social Development Plan was in 2019, and it went until 2024. There was a pause for the funds in the final year, but it was restored in 2025. And now in 2026, we have $0 committed to a social development plan in Regent Park. So I think it's critically important for the 2026 budget to reflect our shared priorities, and that is we need to invest in data-driven, community-led interventions that make our city safer. And having 0 gun-related deaths in Regent Park for the first time in our history is an example of what is possible through a social development plan. And there are so many benefits when we do expand social development plans, including working with international partners to better appreciate the Toronto-led, city-led efforts to actually put in place social development goals within a municipal level. So there's so many benefits to social development plans. And I think I just want to conclude by saying, I think the fact that almost 50%, if not over 50% of tenants in Toronto community housing are either Black or of African origin, there's an important element that needs to be discussed, so the big elephant in the room, which is anti-Black racism. These are really critically important investments that tackle anti-Black racism one neighborhood at a time across our city. And I think this bold decision by this council will send the right message that we are going to invest in data-driven solutions that make our city safer.
Thanks so much, Waleed. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Other questions of the deputant? Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Waleed, for your work and for the deputation today. I just have a question around, I've seen the work of the model and definitely supportive of it. The recommendation where it's for per neighborhood, is there a strategizing that has happened around which type of neighborhoods? Because as you know, not all if you distribute it equally across all neighborhoods, that doesn't necessarily mean equitable outcomes. So, and the second question I have, I'll put those two together, is that sometimes there are institutions within neighborhoods that actually become gatekeepers of these funds, and so what models have kind of come out that can actually not duplicate some of the established organizations that are institutions to be kind of reinforcing those inequities if they take the money and not necessarily have grassroots involvement?
Well, excellent question, Councillor Chan. I just want to start off by saying that there was a lot of thought put into this. The FOSTRA, which represents 29 neighborhood associations from wards 4, 9, 10, 11, and 13, and through the resident associations, we had this conversation. And the initial expansion is to 6 neighborhoods in 2026. So very specific, 6 neighborhoods. We want to make sure that the neighborhood improvement areas, right? So we know that there's a city strategy to ensure that there's a rollout plan for social development plans. And the way to address that important question about gatekeeping, which organizations get the funds, we've left it open-ended. We've said, listen, it could be through a neighborhood association, it could be through a coalition of groups that want to implement the social development plan. So we've left that decision to the residents of that community, supported by their councillors, supported by city staff, to implement what works best for that neighborhood. So we can address those important pieces. And for the funds to be public administered through a public trustee. So we know, for example, the many organizations that are charities that can trustee these funds, and there's a trustee hub, for example, at the neighborhood group. So there's various ways by which organizations can receive that support to implement their goals as a social development plan. And just to remind everyone in Regent Park, it's social cohesion and inclusion.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time this afternoon. Our next deputant is Miguel Avila Velarde, and I believe he's online. Mr. Avila Velarde, can you hear us? You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley and everybody else. Thank you for the opportunity to address this important social development plan request to the City of Toronto for the year 2026. As Waleed mentioned, there are 6 other neighborhoods that will benefit from the same experience of Regent Park. I'm speaking as a resident of Regent Park, member of the Regent Park Neighborhood Association as well, who has seen this social development plan from these initial stages back in 2019. And as Waleed mentioned, We have a lot of great support from the mayor at the time, John Tory, and we look forward to have the same support from our current mayor, Olivia Chow. I will not repeat what already Walid has said, but just to reinforce that continuity, sustainable funding is important to ensure that all those goals and plans that we have laid for our community can become a reality. As you know, we have no funds in 2026, which has led to the layoff of staff that are members of the Region Park TB, Caucus TB. Is one of these institutions that is born in Region Park that has been able to communicate to the rest of the city our social development plan. Now, because of the lack of funding, those employees are without jobs. So I wanted you city leaders to understand continuity of funding help us to ensure that all these plans are not delayed and we continue progressing and working for our community, as Wally stated, is resident-led. Fortunately, we were able to reestablish funding for our administration support staff who rely on these salaries. People born and raised in Region Park, we're providing with jobs, community animators. So we are doing a lot of good work in this community, and we want to replicate all these good benefits to other residents in the city of Toronto. Yesterday, at the Police Services Board budget meeting, I asked for caution not to be too aggressive on demanding $98 million. We are facing a lot of layoffs, the tariff wars, imminent evictions coming as a result of Bill 60, Bill 33. So we have to be modest in relation to the Police Services Board request for more funding. Instead, providing with ongoing and financial support to the social development plan.
Sorry, if I can ask you to wrap up, please.
Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to us, and look forward in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time this afternoon. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next deputant is Marcia Lynn Collins. Do I have Marcia Lynn Collins? Do we have her online? No. Do we have a Marcia Lynn Collins here? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We'll go on to the next. May Mohammed. Good afternoon, Ms. Mohammed. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is May Mohammed. I'm a member of the city's Confronting Anti-Black Racism Committee. I'm a mother, a small business owner, and a community advocate, and someone who was also born and raised in these priority neighborhoods. I'm what they call a Jane baby, and I'm here today in full support of this agenda item. I'll be honest, this investment is not abstract to me. It is deeply personal. I have lived the realities created by neighborhood-level inequities, and I've seen the transformations that happens when communities are properly resourced and respected. When funding is stable, people don't just survive. They build, they connect, they thrive. With this commitment, every councillor who represents a priority neighborhood will finally have the tools to be active partners in their community's growth. This is about shared responsibility and transparent progress, not leaving residents to shoulder inequities alone. We cannot overlook the fact that anti-Black racism shows up everywhere. In employment, education, health systems, social services, and the justice system, these are not separate issues. They shape whether someone feels safe, supported, and able to thrive. Social development plans directly respond to these realities. They build economic opportunity, support youth, strengthen community safety, expand social inclusion, and bring long-term investment where it is needed most. SDPs are one of the only tools we have that address these issues in a coordinated, community-driven way. And we know that this works. As Waleed mentioned, when we look at Regent Park, in 2023, the neighborhood recording 0 gun-related deaths, that did not happen by accident. It was the result of long-term investment, strong partnerships, youth supports, and infrastructure that lifts people up instead of reacting after the harm is done. Imagine if every priority neighborhood in Toronto could say the same. Imagine if communities were trusted and funded to design their own solutions, support young people, and build safer and healthier futures. That is possible, but only if the city commits to consistent annual funding. Community development cannot rely off of one-off promises or short-term pilots. Residents cannot plan for the future if the city will not. When we invest steadily, we send a message. Your well-being matters, not just this year, every year. This is dignity, this is stability, this is real safety. Approving this item means believing in evidence, believing in community leadership, and understanding the cost of doing nothing. So today, I urge you, vote yes to this item, vote yes to the future of Toronto's priority neighborhood, and vote yes to a city where social development isn't symbolic, it's a real ongoing commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Very much appreciated. Next, we have Zarina Musa. Online? Okay. Zarina, can you hear us? Zarina Musa?
Good afternoon. I'm
Hi.
just...
You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll tell you when to start the clock. Okay, you can start your clock now. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zarina Musa. I am both an active participant at the Regent Park Neighborhood Association and a beneficiary. I really want you to see the video because I'm actually in tears. I did not realize that there's no funding for the social development plans in Regent Park for 2026, and my heart is broken. But I'm here to express my strong support for the budget allocation for social development plans and implementation as recommended. And by the way, I need to stress this again. It was a unanimous recommendation from the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee to allocate ongoing yearly funding of 250,000 to 500,000 Canadian dollars per neighborhood to support community-led coalitions to implement social development plans. And Waleed and our other friends have already spoken to some very, very strong data around the successes of community development plans or social development plans. What I would really like to hammer at and use some of my time is the fact that Toronto Police has requested $93.8 million increase to their budget for 2026. There is $600,000 per neighborhood. To just let you know, there are 33 neighborhoods that are listed as, sorry, I'm looking for the word, but high priority neighborhoods. And Regent Park is just one of the 33 of the, and it's 33 of 174 neighborhoods, just so you know. So if the city is going to consider a commitment to sustained investments in prevention, equity, and community capacity, then in plain language, we must consider funding root cause issues instead of the logically unsound band-aid known as policing. So to fund $93.8 million for Toronto Police is just absolutely nonsensical to fund enforcement when you are not looking after the root cause issues. And again, I am a single female Black immigrant who is a proud Canadian. And I am one of those citizens who is homeless, who has been assaulted by Toronto Police, and who has received no community help, support, or assistance after leaving a very, very bad situation. But do you know where I did get help? I got help from the Regent Park Neighborhood Association. And I'm terrified that the safe space I go to for food, connection, friends, and a lot of other things is going to be taken away.
Sorry, Zarina, I'm sorry, I have to ask you to wrap up.
That's all I have to say. Please reconsider your broken logic in your funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Zarina. I really appreciate it. Next, I have Hassan Badi from the Moss Park Coalition. Online? Okay. Hassan Badi, can you hear us? Hassan Badi? Sorry, we can't hear you. Hassan Badi?
Can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes to address the committee whenever you're ready.
Great. Would it be possible to share my screen?
Yep, give us a moment.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we can see your screen. Go ahead.
All right, amazing. Thanks so much. First of all, good afternoon. It's great to be here. Thanks so much for the time. My name is Asim Patti. I'm from the Moss Park Coalition, and I just wanted to speak in support of the budget allocation for social development plans in Toronto neighborhoods. I wanted to talk specifically about how this allocation would be immensely beneficial in the context of Moss Park. To give some background, Moss Park is a neighborhood right next door to Regent Park and is primarily composed of low to middle income racialized communities with a multitude of social services present. There's rapid development occurring in Moss Park with numerous condo developments in progress and the Ontario Line station construction nearby. While the community will benefit from transit, they are at risk of displacement due to the gentrification process that's occurring as a result, with a lot of people experiencing immense economic pressures and a rising cost of living. Now, the coalition, to give some context, we work to bring the community together to discover common goals and work towards them from a policy perspective. And we did a research study earlier this year with the School of Cities at the University of Toronto, where we identified 5 key priority areas for residents, which were affordable housing, food access, employment opportunities, tenant protections, and community safety. And we had a lot of community members throughout this process express frustration about a lack of equitable inclusion in the city's urban development strategies. To take a broader view, Toronto as a whole is a city that experiences deep social stratification, like Waleed and other people have talked about before. Rising costs in food, housing, and other basic needs have resulted in immense stress felt by local communities like Moss Park. But we can see social development solutions work really well, not just in Toronto, but in cities throughout Canada. So in terms of long-term solutions, what I really wanted to talk about is how an SDP can be immensely helpful in tackling a lot of these root issues in neighborhoods. And we've seen examples of this work really well in neighborhoods like Regent Park, where, like we just discussed, they recorded 0 gun-related deaths in 2023, they've increased youth employment, and they've set up great housing support systems. We've also seen amazing community development plans adopted in neighborhoods like Mount Dennis and Lower Jamaica, with the support of amazing social planning organizations like CP Planning. And holistically, by combining social development with major infrastructure development, we can ensure that social needs are not passed over in the favor of larger scale economic objectives in the city. We can see in comparison how much was accomplished in Regent Park when compared to Moss Park with their SDP, and how much they were able to develop with a community-centric lens in order to ensure that social benefits were delivered to all of their residents. This budget allocation would be essential in strengthening things like community well-being, resilience, and safety. And I believe that Moss Park can exceed in concretely addressing our issues at the grassroots level with a community-centric lens through a social development plan. Your support for this budget allocation would be immensely appreciated, and I am cognizant that I'm over time, so I will stop there. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Batty. Deeply appreciated. Our next deputant is Robin Poon. Robin here. Robin online. Robin Poon. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, Robin. Robin Poon. Okay, yep. Robin Poon going once, going twice, 3 times. Our next deputant is Fiorella Antonio. Online. Fiorella, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes to make your deputation whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Chair and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Fiorella Antonio, and I'm immigrant from Africa, and just wanted to share a little bit of my experience and support, strong support of the item that has been brought up by Mr. Waleed and May, and confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee in support of the funding for the social development plans across Toronto, and specifically for priority communities. I have come to be associated with Park Neighborhood Association through its strong cohesive community, and I was just drawn to just how people engage in their time together to help build the community through barbecues, through volunteer programs, which I have had the opportunity and I'm happy to participate in. So I've had real life experience meeting the residents in Regent Park, even though I'm from Ward 10, Spadina, Fort York. I believe that Regent Park has set the standard that would benefit other communities, priority communities across the GTA, to give the opportunities to get the funding for social programs and encourage resident participation and action that supports seniors, families, youth, and just people across the board, which specifically because I'm an African Canadian, speaks to me because I can recall coming to Canada and not having the supports in terms of knowing who to connect with that could advocate on mine and my parents' behalf, to just access resources in the community and to build from that. But because I've come a long way, and I can now see how much that those resources do benefit people, especially immigrating to Canada for the first time and having a neighborhood to go to ask questions, to have resources, I feel is very important. And speaking to the racial aspect piece of the topic, I just want to reiterate and to recall the Durban points that were made in South Africa, which are still relevant today, although it was many years back in 2001, that racism, discrimination, and intolerance, negligence are serious violations of and obstacles to full enjoyment of all human rights, which contribute to conflict, displacement, and generational trauma that exclude people from thriving in a Canadian environment. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me today. That is all I would like to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. The next deputant is Lisa Chop. Lisa Chop here or online? Lisa Chop, going once, going twice, 3 times. Next I have Cheryl Case from CP Planning. Cheryl is here. Cheryl, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. Oh, sorry, you just got to turn on your microphone. There you go.
Hello. Thank
Perfect.
you, Shelley Carroll. So I'm pleased to be here in support of the item. I am the founder and executive director of CP Planning. We are a community-based nonprofit that practices a human rights-based approach to community planning. And I can tell you with full support and enthusiasm that this is one of the most exciting things I've seen in terms of this commitment from CABRAC to see investment into neighborhoods to have $250,000 to $500,000 for community-led planning. This work is incredibly important to seeing communities see their values actually implemented in the planning process, as Waleed and others have noted. It brings great value to communities to see their voices heard and also to build things. And I can tell you that the work that communities do, as in Regent Park, as in Parkdale, and my own neighborhood of Little Jamaica, is incredibly impactful. We just saw very recently, for example, Mount Dennis did their very incredible Mount Dennis for All plan. And that came because the community was able to actually have an ownership role in helping to propose plans for the well-being of communities. So I can see very well this plan having things that touch upon various commitments that I see across the room here on the executive committee, from seeing Parkdale and the great things that Gord Perks has been able to do with that neighborhood, to participatory planning and budgeting, as I know Shelley Carroll has been a huge advocate over the years for. And so I think this is a great step that you folks can take in supporting community-led planning, and from that, and inclusive economic development. And I wanted to emphasize also a new point that I think hasn't been brought up today, is that the importance of investing in our communities, in that, as we move forward, as the economy shifts and changes, actually enabling folks to build their communities to meet their own interests and to develop economic opportunities that can only be filled by humans, right? We're seeing AI and all that happening, but at the end of the day, it's really going to be that neighbor-to-neighbor relationship that makes communities vibrant and healthy places to live. And so, with that, I do share that the plan and social development plan and community development plans for neighborhoods would be great to support. And is in full alignment with the items as Waleed has already identified, but also does align very well with the city's existing housing plan, as well as plans for inclusive economic development. So that's all I will share for today, unless there are questions.
Thank you, Cheryl. Really appreciate your comments. Sorry, we're just trying to juggle how to keep quorum this afternoon. We're having a few issues. But thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And really appreciate your work as well. Our last deputant is Hamed Soliman. Ahmed Soliman? Not online, not here. So that's all of our deputants for this afternoon. I'm now going to move on to questions of staff. Does anybody, Councillor Bravo, I see your hand. Questions of staff?
Very briefly, Chair, because of it's a long meeting, we don't want to lose quorum. There's some deputants that seem concerned that the city will abandon the approach of supporting social development plans. And as you know, the social development reports into the committee I chair, Economic and Community Development Committee, and I've been briefed pretty regularly on the work that you are doing to expand this approach to and deepening it. Is that correct? And can I cite, for example, social development plans coming with planning, community development plans, so that we're being proactive to ensure that people are able to participate in shaping the choices that are shaping their community?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Bravo. Absolutely, Social Development Division, SDPs are core and fundamental to the work that we do. We believe in them strongly, as we do with CDPs in terms of the work we do. That involves a lot of community engagement work. But I would remiss in not mentioning that we do have a number of initiatives that are core and central to community engagement, including our community coordination plan that works with 350 organizations across the city to work on local solutions. That has 10 clusters that are non-geographic, plus a Black and a newcomer cluster that goes with it. We do have our Confronting Anti-Black Racism, a fairly robust action plan that is coming in Q1 of 2026 with a number of supports about resilient communities, including an increase in SDPs, focus on youth, civic engagement, Black food sovereignty, among a few of those topics. It's also important to note the Black funding framework that we have and the investment that we have made into 47 organizations to date, over $1.8 million, including the work that we are doing in our SafeTO and our hubs, all focused in on resiliency work and community engagement and building that social development and community development pieces.
So some of the communities that have been mentioned, we're actually lifting up the good practices and deepening the commitment. And in fact, we are, my understanding is social development is really leading in the world on this. I know because of the interest that we get and that we're in fact baking in community development as a driver of excellence in the way that we approach any kind of human development and economic opportunity. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have a very human rights focus and a very community-centered focus in our work. We start with community in all of the work that we do.
And finally, this is integrated into all the work that we've been doing around community safety as well. So it's economy, community safety, the built form through planning, etc.
That is correct.
And the access to jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none to speak, I saw Councillor Carroll's hand first.
Yes,
Carroll.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move this motion up front. I know that the chair of CABRAC wants to speak first, but if I could just get this motion on and then I will explain why. There we go. So I'm moving that Executive Committee refer the item to the Executive Director of Social Development for consideration as part of her upcoming social development and community development plans. I think it's really important, Mr. Chair, for people to understand that there are social and community development plans. And we just heard of the work that is already either executed or ongoing. And I hope that one of the earlier deputants who said you can't just police, you have to do other things, heard the staff answer, because it's well known by the community and it's well known by the police board and the police service that they don't get the results that they are getting. They have extraordinary results this year, but they don't get them just by policing. The reason it is working right now is their extraordinary collaborative partnership, something we didn't have in the past, in years past, but they now have very collaborative relationship with SafeTO, with its many initiatives, the showcase one being TCCS, but all the many others that we just heard about, and all of that ongoing investment with all of the community partners. Now, things as big as the Mount Dennis for All plan do need to happen, and that's why I think that this conversation was so important at CABRAC. But we don't do that on the floor of this council in one motion in one day. It's something that the Deputy City Manager of Social Development needs to have hands on and make it a part of the community and social development plans that they are working on. Certainly Mount Dennis for All didn't happen as a result of one motion. And so we have work to do and we know it, but the good news is we're doing it. We just want to make sure that the right people are at the helm. And so I'm not referring it to the budget process for where one other singular motion might come up with some inadequate half fraction of whatever this motion started out to be. That process of winnowing down can be soul destroying. Much better in my view, and I hope others will share this view, that we put it in the hands of the right staff who are as committed as some of the community members we heard today and want to do this work. But they have to do it together and be able to put before us fully baked plans, such as we saw in Mount Dennis for All, so that it's not 3/4 baked, it's fully baked, and then it actually takes flight. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Council Carroll. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Other speakers?
Online,
Oh, sorry,
Chair.
Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you. And thank you to colleagues for their interest on this as well. Deputants for taking the time to join us with your feedback today. I would be remiss as well if I didn't point to some of the really important existing investments that we've done over the last year that have been targeted and have been specific in the communities that we know need them most. And we've seen really positive outcomes as a result. My intention here and my hope and desire for us as a city is that we are able to get to a place where these kinds of important targeted investments are scalable and sustainable. We heard about the concern about resources running out at Regent Park after a number of years seeing successful outcomes, and we really want to empower our staff to develop a framework that allows this kind of investment to be a baseline in our budget as part of our commitments and our consistent investment where we know it makes a difference. We are in the midst of, baking up the 2026 budget as we speak. And I think we need to give the time for the necessary development work, consultation work, ensuring that these pieces are in fact community-led and reflective of the individual communities that they're meant to serve. And I do have confidence that some of the existing investments, including expansion to CDOs and neighborhood improvement areas this past year, can help facilitate that important work so we can get to a place of implementation and consistency on an annual basis. And so I'm really proud of the work of the CABRAC committee and the members therein of really pushing and underscoring the importance here. And I really want to speak to the value I think that they are bringing to the city in that regard, and the commitment that we have to continue to see this through in a good way. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Cole.
Yes, very thought-provoking deputations. One of the things I just warn people not to fall into the trap of neighborhood shaming and naming. If a shooting or a murder occurs on St. Clair Avenue, which one did today, there's nobody that identifies a neighborhood. But if something happens in one of our at-risk neighborhoods, right away we name the at-risk neighborhood, and that we can't copy that. Some of you don't know, but I represent the largest public housing community in Canada, Lawrence Heights, and I was there last night. And as a result of years of work and by the community and all of our partners, whether it be Unison, whether it be Toronto Community Housing, Toronto City Council and Social Development, we just opened up a iHelp house in Lawrence Heights. And it is, what a great sense of accomplishment. All the community members that were involved in building, refurbishing it, the youth that were there. It was really such a positive explosion of hope. And it's part of a comprehensive plan that we keep working on, and plans are never completed. But we keep working on them because things are dynamic. So we are going to have another community space in partnership with the North York Community House, which is an incredible organization, helps refugees. They're giving us some space on Rainy Avenue. Then we've got the Toronto Police are going to open up a safe house in Lawrence Heights, where they're going to basically do their work with community building. So it takes everybody that pitches in. And so we've achieved great results there because it's day-to-day work, day-to-day collaboration, and we invite everybody to participate. And we've got phase 2 of the Lawrence Heights rebuilding taking place soon, I hope. And so there's a lot of incredible dynamic things that are happening. And we have a new $140 million community hub, the Councillor Fletcher's AOC Center. She doesn't care about it anymore because it's not in her ward, but it's in my ward. I've got an AOC Center coming, and that's a result of the community working on that, listening to Councillor Fletcher. We have an AOC coming, the first one in 32 years. So you're never going to see this kind of good news on CP24. And so I just want to share this good news here on the floor of council. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. So we have, sorry, Councillor Shen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I do think that social development plans need to be invested further on. I do think in the current structure of councillors having large wards where there's, sometimes 5, 6, 7 neighborhoods that are part of each councillor's ward, it is more critical now that neighborhoods have the capacity to organize themselves in a way that they can hold different levels of government, including the city government, accountable for a lot of the plans that we propose and a lot of the vision that we communicate. And I do think that investing separate from our traditional granting stream that tends to focus on a lot of service delivery to a granting stream that is capacity building and sustainable capacity building is going to be a breakthrough for the city to continue to do in a sustainable way. So I'm fully in support of this. I hope that the process takes it further and we come out of this budget with significant investment on this. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shan. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. So we have the motion moved by Councillor Carroll. Yay. All in favor of the motion by Councillor Carroll to refer this item to staff? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're on to our next item, which is also our last item of the day. EX 28.21, assessing changes to the interdivisional protocols on encampments, IDP, for alignment with the Toronto Housing Charter. So we have a list of deputants. Our first deputant is Vicki Sanderson from the Willowdale in Neighborly Community, or WINC. Cool acronym. Welcome, Vickery. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Vicki Sanderson. I live in Willowdale, where I have been doing street outreach with homeless folks for close to a decade. I've been here all day, and I've been struck with the breadth of experience and expertise that both staff, community workers, and other experts have brought to your discussions and your decision making. And that's why I'm here today. It is to support Diana Chan McNally's recommendation that Council consult with the Housing Rights Advisory Committee on any changes to encampment policies to ensure that they're in alignment with the Toronto Housing Charter and seen through the lens of human rights. And I agree with her that Council cannot make effective, informed decisions without that input. The foundational point she makes, that housing exists as a human right under law, is ultimately unavoidable for City Council.
The Ombudsman Toronto has already put City Hall on alert that these factors must be considered in order to avoid situations like the city-engineered human rights debacle that saw hundreds of refugees in the streets and is now, of course, the subject of a proposed class action suit. More recently, I would say that Council's recent decision to create bubble zones around children's facilities, schools, and playgrounds further illustrates why it's vital that you adopt the recommendation. This decision was made without input from experts from organizations like...
Councillor Cole, can you sit down, please? I can't see the deputant. Sorry?
That felt rude. Where was...
Sorry, Vicky. My apologies.
Thank you. So that this decision was made without input from experts from organizations like Right to Housing and the Canadian Centre for Human Rights, along with people who have actually been unhoused. And I will say to Council that when you don't hear those kinds of voices, you get the kind of motion that you did, which I believe does nothing to enforce overall safety and does nothing to increase the lack of capacity that creates encampments. What it does do, especially in my neighborhood, and dangerously so, is reinforce the mistruth that unhoused people represent a criminal threat to children. I would like to speak to that with my own experience in Willowdale. Last winter, I supported an unhoused woman, about 33, so she has 3 more years to go before she meets the median age of death of a homeless woman in Toronto. I hope she makes it. She has a kid who just turned 10. They slept for 10 nights in a stairwell in North York. 10 nights, a 10-year-old slept in a stairwell. So my question now is, why didn't concern about that kid's safety see them brought inside the first night this family was homeless? Why wasn't action taken within 24 hours for him? That question to me is far more relevant to solving homelessness than is establishing some kind of acceptable number of meters we think will keep a child safe from a homeless person. In light of that, I urge you to consider who will ask these questions in the absence of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, and what that absence might mean to the safety of Toronto's most vulnerable, most at-risk citizens, which includes hundreds of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Much appreciate your time and sorry about the disruption. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next I have Aaron Nelson. Not here? No, okay. Chloe Brown. Welcome, Chloe. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak in favor of Diana McNally's motion, and I would just like to refresh our memory about a member of council who was homeless last year, Lorenzo Bernadetti. And I want to bring this up because it's really relevant to the fact that no one's title here protects them from the reality of a lack of infrastructure. I was an intern here when Lorenzo Bernadetti was serving as counselor, and I was homeless, living at Covenant Health's youth shelter. I'm able now to be able to take care of myself, and that was only because the housing conditions were changing. I would like to read a quote from the CBC article, and it is, "As a rookie counselor, Lorenzo Bernadetti fiercely opposed a new youth shelter in his ward." A quote from him is, "Having been through the system, my perspective has totally changed. People see homeless people as dangerous. I walk into shops around here and get asked to leave, but we just need compassion." This motion is asking for you to expand compassion through policy, and you have this power to change the way that we take care of people in vulnerable positions. People that are homeless are not just people struggling with substance abuse issues. There are people fleeing violence from domestic partners. There are people who will have lost their jobs, and we're seeing this across the board, especially as artificial intelligence gets rolled out across various industries. I am asking that when you consider how and where shelters get placed, that you consider that these situations are only as temporary as we allow them to be. As someone who experienced homelessness for 12 months, I was employed. I was working at Intercon Security, holding a job at Toronto Hydro on College Street. I also held a position at the Commissioner Lane, and I was living in Covenant House shelter. My situation was only able to change because Covenant House helped me save money so that I could exit the shelter. I'm asking you now to consider that you have the solutions in your hands, and even though the federal and provincial government may fail, there is still an opportunity here at the municipal level to do something. We have an option with tiny homes. Now that the board has been removed from Toronto Parking Authority, there is an opportunity to create temporary tiny home courtyards so that people can get out of the parks and into some form of temporary but structured shelter. Right now, there is so many people that are about to die deaths of despair if we don't do something. And it starts with changing the way that we see their situation. So I'm asking that you consider tiny homes. There's Ryan Donas and Khalil Sevrite who have been issued stop orders to not build tiny homes, but they are there to help. There's also trade-based cooperatives and trade-based social enterprises like Building Up that you can contact, and the federal government has released funding to the Union Training Innovation Fund, so you can call in apprentices to help build these infrastructure. So that being said, I'm here to help in any way, shape, or form. I work in the post-secondary education sector, and George Brown is in our jurisdiction. We could be using them to build these structures and help each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Our next deputant is Sebastian Tanzel from the Kensington Market Community Land Trust. Afternoon. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Members of the committee, thank you. I'm Sebastian. I live in Kensington Market, where I'm a regular member and volunteer with the Church of St. Stephen in the Fields, and I'm on the board of the Kensington Market Community Land Trust. And I'm here to speak today in support of this motion, Diana Chan McNally's motion, to ensure that any changes to the interdivisional protocol on encampments be assessed for compliance with the city's own obligation to realize the right to adequate housing as affirmed by our very own Toronto Housing Charter and be undertaken in consultation with the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. So one thing I've learned about this city council is that it is full of contradictions. On October 15th, the City of Toronto announced my priest, Maggie Helwig, as the winner of the 2025 Toronto Book Awards. In the words of one of the awards jury members, Encampment is the book for anyone who has ever looked at an unhoused settlement and wondered, how does this happen in a country as wealthy as Canada, in a city as vibrant and seemingly compassionate as Toronto? Encampment is the chronicle of an unhoused community on the doorstep of St. Stephen in the Fields Anglican Church in Kensington Market. The very next day, right after the book awards on October 16th, this same city cleared the same exact encampment that the book talked about. This isn't the only contradiction the city keeps committing regarding its housing policies. Toronto City Council passed changes to the interdivisional protocol encampments on November 14th, which prioritized removing encampments located within 200 meters of a school, daycare, or playground. This change was made without consultation with the public and was done against advice from their own city staff. These changes violate the fundamental human rights of our homeless neighbors. This same city council, on the same day, passed a motion to actively fight Doug Ford's disastrous Bill 60, which is, in the words of Diana Chan McNally on our Housing Rights Advisory Committee, the Create Encampments Faster Bill. So while the city is acknowledging the real need to fight the Premier's attempts to displace more people into encampments, this same city is violently bringing in the claw to displace people in encampments from one park to another. We at the Kensington Market Community Land Trust continuously struggle to reconcile the contradictions of this council. While we are deeply appreciative of the city's multi-unit residential acquisition fund in helping keep our neighbors housed and housing off the speculative real estate market, we also regularly witness the violence of this same city towards our neighbors living in encampments. We call on this council to be consistent in their support of our neighbors by ensuring any future changes to the protocol on encampments be made in consultation with human rights expertise through the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate your time. Next, we have Callum Houston from the Harm Reduction Advisory Committee, who I believe is online. Callum, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great. Yeah, my name is Callum Houston. I'm an organizer with Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. I was here earlier on the mansion tax, but I had to go to work, so I'm just quickly calling in to speak in support of this recommendation. The Housing and the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, it's important to use them to your advantage, where they are able to assess and ensure that people's rights are not being violated through future changes to the to any housing encampment legislation. So I fully support this motion. I know it might be one that is councillors might be concerned about how it will be perceived by their constituents. However, we're at a point where that we don't have a federal government and we don't have a provincial government providing the resources that they're supposed to be providing, and they are continuing to leave us high and dry. So I understand that we don't want encampments ideally, but or at least many of us don't, but they are here. They're not going away by destroying them. And if I will hear concerns from councillors and from staff about, risks to people's safety, living in the encampment, but then find a way to help make sure that they're safe while they're living there. You can't be displacing them. They're just going to go somewhere else. Maybe not even an encampment, but they might go somewhere where they're not as visible and therefore are not able to be reached by other workers who are doing frontline work to secure them housing. The previous deputant mentioned contradictions, and that is a big contradiction, and it's one that has existed with the city long before many of the councillors here were in office. Again, I just want to reiterate that this is at the end of the day, this is a province is not doing its responsibility of providing housing to Canadians, and they're not even building enough affordable housing to fill the stock that has been depleted, and to support this recommendation. And that's it. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much appreciated. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Great.
Our next deputant is Monica Monaco from the Harm Reduction Advisory Committee. I believe Monica's online. Monica, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you for having me to chat. So I'm here to support Diana Chan McNally's recommendations brought up on behalf of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, to express the concerns regarding the recent changes to the IDP, and to remind this committee of the City of Toronto that its critical responsibility is to uphold the human rights of unhoused individuals, especially those living in encampments and others. Some of the concerns about the recent changes include limiting the number of shelter offers an individual can receive and placing restrictions on where encampments can be located, which is creating like those bubble zones where encampments are prohibited. As much as I understand that like a park isn't an ideal place for someone to be setting up an encampment, there's also not very many other places someone can go for this type of support or feeling of safety, where if something does happen, people can see them and kind of respond to it in an immediate manner. And by doing this, it also creates like a lot of struggles for unhoused individuals to access shelters or to live with any sort of dignity, because they're being told like where and how they can live, which is kind of out of their hands at this point because there's no accessibility to housing or shelters. I think it's really important that myself and like other allies and advisory groups remind the City of Toronto that it is part of your obligation legally and morally to respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of its residents, including people who are unhoused. And a lot of the times they are not involved in these conversations or in these changes. Neither are advisory groups that do support them, like frontline wise. It's always a lot of like back end people coming forward to help build these motions and these bills. So yeah, with that, I'm just kind of hoping and urging the city to work more alongside with the Housing Rights Advocacy Committee to ensure that people do get adequate housing, people do get adequate shelter supports, and people are able to get the resources that they need, and that their human rights are respected. And that is it.
Okay, thank you very much, Monica. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your time. The next deputant is Marina Klassen. Marina Klassen. I don't think she's online. Marina Klassen. No, thanks, Diana. She's not here. I'm going to move on to Brianna Olson Padawanakwat. Was I close?
Hello.
Hey, Brianna, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great.
Thank you.
So I am advocating for this motion as it would be an important in protecting Indigenous rights and also the recognition of Indigenous rights to land use. For decades, Anishinaabe people have had rights to live on our homelands that existed in principle only, not in practice. Elder Doug Williams references as recently as the middle of last century, angry homeowners shooting at Anishinaabe people exercising treaty rights to camp beside waterways, Indigenous people perceived as threats to the enjoyment of people's property. Today, Indigenous people in Toronto experience systemic impoverishment, with the Our Health Counts report showing 87% of Indigenous adults identified as low income. We remain a population unable to own homes and at the whim of the predatory housing market in Toronto. One crisis away from losing housing and ending up unhoused in either encampments or perpetually shuffled through the shelter system. Another compounding crisis I have to bring up is the overdose epidemic, where rates of OD death for Indigenous people are 7 times higher and rising at a rate faster than the rest of the population. We see the imposition of the provincial Bill 6, which increases police powers to remove Indigenous people from their land while aiming to restrict the public consumption of illegal substances. A nod to the first prohibition laws in this country in the Indian Act. Those suspected of using are potentially fined $10,000, 6 months in prison, or both, a burden that will substantially harm Indigenous people already living in poverty and whose overrepresentation in prison is an international human rights crisis. The bill has exemptions for SDF sites, most of which were shut down following the passing of Bill 223 with zero Indigenous consultation, despite our overrepresentation as users of these sites, putting even more lives at risk. Bill 6 targets and criminalizes Indigenous people who use drugs, who have nowhere to go but outside. Similarly, the bubble bylaw regarding encampments will disproportionately displace Indigenous people. The premise that people can just go inside is unrealistic. We see Indigenous elders living in tents who have yet to be housed. I am working with 2 seniors who, after losing their slum housing, have lived in tents outside on and off for more than a year. I worked with a senior who died outside after living in tents for years due to shelter bans. All of these people with multiple housing workers and no options for safe, affordable housing. we run a winter night outreach initiative where one year we were contacted by a warming center requesting sleeping bags for the people they had to turn away, who inevitably ended up sleeping outside or in encampments. With the solutions to this health and housing crisis now being passed over to policing, only increasing police power, it is more important than ever that the City of Toronto implement protection for people outside, and this motion is just one small step in that direction. Without a doubt, Indigenous people who use drugs, and even those who don't, are at the whim of racial profiling and suspicion and will bear the brunt of the violence of Bill 6 and encampment clearings. Even Indigenous sacred spaces in the city have been the target of clearings and threats. Indigenous people are not only overrepresented as drug users and victims of the toxic drug supply, but also experience significantly greater incidents of police violence. I'll leave you with a quote that we wrote in an article with the Yellowhead Institute. It is clear that there is no place suitable for Indigenous people to exist within the confines of the settler colonial imagination, whether a person is compelled to leave their community due to unique needs or dismal conditions, or they are forcibly removed from a park bench in Toronto. These are all experiences of displacement that are an assault on Indigenous sovereignty.
Brianna, can I ask you to wrap up, please?
That's it. Thank you. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next deputant is Diana McNally, Housing Rights Advisory Committee member. Good afternoon, Diana. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
I sure do. So as a member of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee, my work is to support the City of Toronto to progressively realize the right to housing in its policies and its processes. Now, unfortunately, changes to the encampment protocol passed by City Council last month were deeply, deeply undemocratic, illegal, and a violation of human rights. I recognize that the driver behind these changes was a member's motion from Councillor Brad Bradford. This motion proceeded directly to Council, meaning it not only bypassed public consultation, but eroded the human rights principles embedded in the interdivisional protocol on encampments. As per the Toronto Housing Charter, the city is obligated to progressively realize the right to housing. But what we saw at Council last month is what's known as retrogression, a backsliding on human rights, which in itself is a human rights violation. As well, the city solicitor and Toronto Shelter Support Services were very clear that these changes were both harmful and unlikely to pass a legal test. And Councillor Perks was also very clear and correct in reminding Council that it cannot direct enforcement. This is actually outside of your authority. So in sum, Council passed a motion that was not only outside of its powers, but that it reasonably knew was illegal, even as amended. I do want to thank Councillor Perks, Councillor Ainsley, and Moyes for speaking and voting against the motion. And I recognize that Councillors Bravo, Carroll, Malik, Cole, and Mayor Chow were not present for this vote. Now, I often support the City of Toronto's policies. I was incredibly supportive of Council challenging the provisions of Bill 60 that impact renters. I deputed in support of this just last month at this committee. However, I hope you can appreciate the disconnect between fighting for the rights of tenants being put at risk of homelessness and actively undermining the rights of homeless people. It is shameful, deeply shameful, that Councillor Bradford's amended motion was passed, and this should never, ever happen again. This is why I've written this letter to the Executive Committee, which we are discussing at this moment. And so my request, that in making any future changes to the interdivisional protocol on encampments, your decision-making process be informed by the expertise of the Housing Rights Advisory Committee. Now, I recognize this is a massive request, but we can serve as your accountability mechanism. Clearly, at this moment, there is none. I also wrote this letter so that the public could have its say on last month's changes to the encampment policy. While we cannot change what's already happened, they do have the right to be on the record, and that's what this is. I know encampments are a very difficult topic. I know that the policy levers that create encampments are primarily at the provincial level. I know this very, very well. But when other levels of governments fail, we are the last line of defense to protect everyone being put at risk, even when we have few resources and even when it is not popular. That is our job. And I am always, always willing to work with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time this afternoon. The next deputant is online, Miguel Avila Velarde. Miguel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sure. I wonder if you can see my message on the screen. So currently, this is the really alternatives for many residents in Toronto: a park bench, a subway station, or a unit station. That's it. We don't have other alternatives. So I'm here to strongly support the motion of my sister Diana McNally, who is recommending to avoid a further mistake by bringing this item back to the Human Rights Housing Consultation Committee so that we can figure out a way to embrace the human rights definition of universal housing for everybody. So I would like to also encourage the City of Toronto to find funding for transitional housing, which we don't have at the moment, which will help to bridge the gap of people living in encampments and moving into permanent housing. As a result of that, the absence of transitional housing is creating a lot of problems. Here at 220 Oak, many residents from the encampments are finding their way back into the encampments because they had not been able to receive proper supports. So, in conclusion, I'm here to address the concerns of written in the letter by Diana McNally. Please listen carefully to her. She is sounding the alarm before a human life is lost, and we don't have to. We want to avoid that for any resident that lives in Toronto as a result that will be facing eviction because of Bill 60. Don't forget that. Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Our next deputant is also online, Stephanie Smith. Stephanie, can you hear me? Stephanie Smith?
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Hey, Stephanie, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the Chair and members of the Executive Committee. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this item. I want to mention I'm a resident of the Dufferin Grove neighborhood in Councillor Alejandra Bravo's ward, and I'm speaking today in support of this agenda item 28.21. I'd like to echo my neighbor Vicky at Wink's concerns that this recent amendment to the interdivisional protocol on encampments, that the unhoused people represent a criminal threat to children as a result of the motion put forward by Councillor Brad Bradford last month. I come to speak resolutely against that mistruth. Some of you may have recalled that a tree in Dufferin Grove Park fell down very suddenly and randomly in July of this year on top of a young mother and child. And before emergency services could get to these two people, it was an unhoused person in the encampment a few meters away that came to the rescue. I spoke to this unhoused person in the encampment personally, and they said that they acted without any concern for their own safety. They thought it was the right thing to do in the moment. And you can read more about this story in the Globe and Mail piece published last month. I give this example to say that unhoused people absolutely do not represent a threat against young people, against children, against teenagers. I've seen firsthand how false that mistruth is, and that's what that motion brought forward by Councillor Brad Bradford represents. The encampment members that I spoke regularly to at the Dufferin Grove encampment, and I was at the Dufferin Grove encampment every week in the summer and certainly every day in September when trespass notices were served to them. I saw them regularly interact with children, teenagers, house neighbors, families, parents in the neighborhood. I've seen them held potlucks with these folks. I've seen them collaborate on what they called art in the park with these folks. These encampment members were a part of the fabric of the community as any house neighbor. And so what this motion, or rather, motion brought forward by Councillor Brad Bradford, what it represents is the erosion of human rights, and that unhoused folks will be further displaced from the communities that support them. If they're not currently there, they will end up in alcoves, stairwells, in ravines, near railroad tracks, and so on. They will become harder to reach for streets to homes and other external agencies. And I just want to remind you of the death of Crystal Papineau, who died in a clothing donation bin in my neighborhood in an attempt to seek shelter during the cold winter in 2019. That is exactly what will happen as a result of this motion brought forward by Councillor Brad Bradford. Super quickly to wrap up, because I know I'm out of time. The province of Ontario is often blamed for not funding things like ODSP or Ontario Works, not building enough supportive housing, not increasing minimum wage. And this agenda item that we're speaking on today, that is what the city has complete control over. Councillor Gord Perks talked a few moments ago, or rather earlier this afternoon, that, quote, a reckoning has to come. And that reckoning is here.
Sorry, Stephanie, I need you to wrap up, please.
Certainly. Sorry about that.
That's okay, not your fault.
As my colleague Diana mentioned, the City of Toronto is the last line of defense against the federal and provincial incursions against unhoused people's rights. I just want Council, or rather this committee, to consider adopting the agenda item. That's it for me today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Stephanie. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Our next deputant is Jen Lafochi Gordon from the Harm Reduction Advisory Collective. Is she online? Oh. Jen Lafochi Gordon. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Our last registered deputant is Norad Buzaid. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Norad Buzaid. I'm a member of the Harm Reduction Advocacy Collective. And I come here to talk to you today as somebody with lived experience, both in the shelter system and in encampments. I have experienced housing instability on and off since my teenage years. I identify as queer and non-binary, and I want to talk about the experience that LGBTQIA+ community members, how we are disproportionately overrepresented among people who are unhoused. Many people from my community face barriers at home. They face being rejected by their family, and they find themselves on the street, and many of them turn to substance use as a coping mechanism, which was my case. I found myself living in shelters that were completely unsuitable for me. As a queer, non-binary person, my safety was in constant jeopardy. My first night at Seton House shelter, I witnessed somebody get pulled out of their top bunk and had their face smashed repeatedly into the ground. I found out the next day that the crime that this person had committed was making what was perceived to be a pass at somebody. I spent 1.5 years at that shelter. I survived that shelter until it was no longer possible for me to survive there. I was showering when a chair was thrown into the shower and an altercation ensued wherein I was discharged from the shelter. These types of situations happen again and again and again, where people are discharged from the only shelter that is being provided. Shelter, which, by the way, is completely inadequate to meet the needs of this city's homelessness crisis. So yes, there are encampments. There are many encampments. That's because there is not adequate support for people who are experiencing homelessness or housing insecurity, people with physical disabilities, people with mental disabilities, refugees, people who, where one or more partner in a household can no longer be a breadwinner, people who age out of the system, of the foster care system, and seniors, all of these people, Indigenous communities, Black communities who have faced racial profiling on the streets, all of these communities disproportionately overrepresent the people who are living on the streets, the people that we are trying to police. Earlier today, on the previous item, we heard again and again about $93 million going to Toronto police forces, potentially. And Mayor Chow on this said, well, we'll let it go through the process and we'll see where it lands. And that type of approach does not work. That is clearly the approach that is being used in response to the housing crisis, in response to the encampment crisis, in response to the drug overdose crisis, and it is no longer sufficient.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, Norad. Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate your time this afternoon. We're on to questions of staff. Any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? I do have a motion. Okay. So I have a motion that I'm going to move. That the executive committee refer the item to the city manager for consideration of part of the city's continued commitment to progressively realizing the right to adequate housing and future updates to the interdivisional protocol on encampments. And saying that, I also want to recognize that on the motion that we put forward on November 14th was put forward at City Council. I didn't support it, as was acknowledged by one of the deputants, myself, Councillor Perks, Councillor Moyse, couldn't support it. I couldn't support it I had no understanding of how it could be enforced, put in place. I could not support it. You know, I want to thank all the deputants for coming in this afternoon. I want to thank all the deputants for coming in this afternoon, for making sure the voices of the unhoused were heard. We definitely need to find proper, adequate solutions. We need proper housing. I'm the city's representative on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Association of Municipalities. We just had Ontario Big City Mayor's Caucus meeting last Friday. This is not a City of Toronto problem. It's in all municipalities, small and large, across this province. In particular, we really need the provincial government to come to the table to provide adequate money for housing, for homelessness. But once again, that motion that was put forward last month, I couldn't believe how anybody would support it. But it was supported by a number of our colleagues, and I hope that this motion will continue to try to address and fix what was voted on and passed at City Council last month. Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your motion. But I also really want to thank all of the deputants who came here today with excellent words of advice, caution, and also outrage. Bringing a member motion to cynically interrupt what has been an approach to encampments which Council adopted, which has been deemed to be informed by a human rights approach, and recognizing the inherent value of every human being is not something that we should be debating. It complies with the federal direction, with the federal funding that it is available, however inadequate for our response. And it's something that Council debated and adopted. It really was a cynical ploy. Of course, the encampment office always makes a priority wherever there's an interaction with children by doing the things that are actually working. I want to thank you for also highlighting, Chair, that this is not a Toronto problem. It's not even just an Ontario or Canadian problem. It is a global problem. And I think that there are many leaders here in a summit that's happening alongside who will be discussing these questions. But what's particularly challenging in our situation is that we're the only province in Canada where social services and social housing were downloaded to municipalities. We do not have the property tax, the resources to meet the problem, the challenge. What is required here is what mayors have called for in the city, a solution, but now even a declaration of a state of emergency. And that's how we should treat this. This is not something that's churning along, but policy after policy is going to produce more homelessness in this city, in this province. And where is the province on the question? They're just advancing policy that's going to make it worse. It's really like a startling a reality to contend with. We also have, I have to say, federal MPs who are members of the governing caucus, which has made a commitment to support the right to housing, which is appointing a federal housing advocate, who come to our committee meetings, write to our committee meetings, and stir up their community by saying that the city's approach is incorrect. What we need now is to face reality and together advance an agenda, which is the commitment that we've already made. We're increasing the supply of supportive housing, building shelters that are right-sized and safer. And thank you for those people that referred to the need to produce that are responsive to people's individual needs so that they have the best possible outcomes, so that we see shelter as a first step into home, and housing is the ultimate solution. I really wish that we'd had the opportunity at committee to have this deliberation. I think that's where it belonged. And I think that it was really important that despite the quorum challenges that we're facing, that all of us who are here made the space so that the public could be heard. When you're making a change that's so fundamental to the most important thing that a person needs, that the most important prescription for a good life, a decent life, is a roof over your head, that we should never have had the debate that took place. I think it's despicable, and I really regret that we ended up here, but I know that the public service, I know the shelter division is following the interdepartmental protocol on encampments. And if we paid attention to the outcomes, to the people that are being supported without violence, then we would lean into this approach. The federal housing advocate just put out a piece saying that, Manitoba is leading in many ways. Well, that's a provincial government which has the resources to be able to say child welfare, correctional services, workforce, increasing, for example, social assistance. They have all the tools to advance the global solutions, including housing. And she highlighted the city's approach, including, by the way, now an announcement of an expression of interest for micro-emergency mobile shelter. So everything is being tried here. Every single tool is being explored. IMFG, a couple of lawyers published a piece, and the City of Toronto's approach does surface as better than other things that are being tried in Ontario. So I think that we have an opportunity to ensure that our city manager, working with the divisions, are finding the tools to do what we really need, which is a pathway for people to be inside safely, and recognizing that everybody has value, and that we have, as the one deputant said, we have nation-to-nation obligations to Indigenous people, and we have within our reconciliation action plan some obligations that we've made as well, and I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bravo. Other speakers on? Councillor Perks?
Yep. Thank you. And Councillor Bravo laid out the issues of roles and responsibilities and the incredible work done by the public service very well, so I won't cover that again. I do want to extend something she said. She said that what was done was despicable. And I think it's worth pausing to reflect and ask yourselves a question. What kind of person advances their own status by kicking the most vulnerable in our society? That's just a question I think we should reflect on.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have the referral motion that I've moved. All in favor? That carries. And I believe, Madam Clerk, that's our business for today. Bills? No bills. All right. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Perks. All in favor? That carries. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for everybody for staying through a long day.